The next one is, I would like you to take some emergency action for the protection of the citizens to see that the CDC guidelines regarding wearing a mask when social distancing of 6 feet is impossible. I am aging and immune suppressed regarding respiratory infections and do not look forward to staying indoors until there's a vaccine for the COVID-19 virus. I believe the majority of citizens are similarly over 50. Expected deaths from this virus are now doubled at approximately 135,000 with, I'm not sure what this word is, increase in illness and suffering due to inadequate governmental response. I believe essential businesses in this city which are open should require workers and customers to be wearing cloth face coverings. And then she attached the CDC guideline for reference.
Any other public comment? Are we taking public comment from electronically as well today?
Over the phone.
Over the phone? Anybody on the phone?
Mr. Mayor,
John?
I would like to inform you that I'm leaving my cell phone on. If it interrupts us, I have a family situation.
Don't worry about it.
Just wanted to let people know.
Good. Okay. And nobody calling in. How do we figure that out? Has Desi got that?
It looks like we have one caller, Mr. Mayor. Phone number 775-722. It's your turn for public comment. Please state your name for the record. Caller, it is your turn for public comment. Please state your name for the record.
Is somebody trying to get in for public comment?
Mr. Mayor, there was somebody there, but it does not look like they're able to communicate with us at this time.
All right. We don't usually do that, but in these days, if the person comes back on and wants to issue public comment, we'll take a break and come back to this item so that they have a chance to say something. All right. Let's take, I don't think that there's nobody in the hearing room for public comment. Let's take up the adoption of the agenda. Any changes to the agenda? City Manager?
Yes, at the end of the agenda, we're going to go from item 22 straight to item 23 for public comment, and then we will adjourn the meeting. And after that, we will do the closed non-meeting to confer with management representatives and council.
All right. All right. Anything else? No? Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Any board members want anything pulled from the agenda? We can't add anything, but we can pull stuff if you want. This isn't the consent agenda. We'll talk about the consent agenda next, and we'll get some off here. All right. Then without objection, we'll take the agenda, we'll adopt the agenda as published with the exception of what the city manager just said about the order of going to the non-meeting meeting with our DA. Okay, let's do special presentations. Five. Oh, minutes, I'm sorry. Let's take up the minutes of April 2nd, 2020. Everybody had a chance to look at those?
I'll make a motion.
Motion's in order.
I move to approve the minutes of the Carson City Board of Supervisors for April 2nd, 2020 as presented.
Second.
There's a motion and a second on the motion. Discussion? Hearing and seeing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried. Okay, who's got my presentations? For, when you do these for Nevada wildfire awareness?
Blue things, folders usually. Yeah.
That and historic preservation? And that's usually, yeah. Okay, how about historic preservation areas? Okay, all right. Let's move on to item number 7A. This is a proclamation to recognize May 20th as Nevada Wildfire Awareness Month. That proclamation reads as follows. Nevada Wildfire Awareness Month, May 2020. Whereas wildfire significantly impacts Nevada's environmental, economic, and social well-being, and whereas residents of Nevada's fire-prone communities need to accept responsibility for living in high fire hazard areas, and whereas residents must be encouraged to move from the expectation of being protected from wildfire to the understanding that they must be prepared to survive wildfire, and whereas residents that implement appropriate pre-fire activities improve the survivability of their homes during a wildfire, and whereas residents must prepare to survive wildfire by ensuring proper management of vegetation surrounding the home and appropriate construction and maintenance to resist ignition. Now therefore, I, Robert Kroll, Mayor of Carson City, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, do hereby designate May 2020 as Nevada Wildfire Awareness Month, where the theme is Wildfire Knows No Boundaries, Make Yours, as a means for education and a call for residents of Carson City to take action now to reduce the wildfire threat and prepare their homes, families, and community for wildfire, and stay prepared throughout the year. That's all we need is a wildfire and a pandemic. So let's all be careful. All right. Chief, you want to come up? I don't have my little slip, but we'll give it to you. No problem. Okay.
Good morning, Sean Slayman, Fire Chief, for the record. We are blessed to live in one of the most beautiful areas in the entire world, but with that comes some hazards. And one of those hazards, as we mentioned, is the threat of wildfire. It's a constant threat in our area, and certainly as the summer months approach, that threat grows exponentially. From a fire department's perspective, we have first of all, we work in cooperation with a co-op extension of University of Nevada, Reno, and that is called Living with Fire. It is a very useful resource for our community. You can go to livingwithfire.org, I believe it is, and there's a plethora of information on how to keep yourself fire safe. Everything from preparing your property for proper clearances to having evacuation plans and planning ahead for this type of an emergency. We also have similar resources on our own website at carson.org through the fire department. There are several resources available to our community that discuss preparations and planning for wildfires and significant emergencies. And again, that's on carson.org. And then at the immediate service level, areas for those folks that live in the wildland urban interface area, we have several programs available to them to help prevent wildfire and to prepare their properties to reduce the threat of wildfire. And those, are our dumpster and trailer programs, which are free for use. You just need to contact the fire department at 775-887-2210. And make an appointment. Right now, because of their popularity, our trailers are booked out through May into June, and the dumpsters are actually booked out into July. But we provide those trailers and dumpsters to the residents. We drop them off. It's up for the residents to clean up their property, put them in the dumpster or the trailer, and then we come and pick them up and dispose of them properly. So there's no cost to the resident. Some of the other things that we do that are unique is anytime we have a new homeowner in the wildland urban interface area, within the first 60 days, we make an appointment to go visit with them and educate them on living in the wildland urban interface and things that they can do, including inspecting their property and giving them tips and ideas and suggestions on how to make their area or their property fire safe. So with that, I don't want to take any more time, and let's continue to have a safe season.
Good. Just hang on a second, Chief. Any questions of the chief? Maybe I asked last time, but give us another update. How are your troops making out there? They okay?
We are doing well. Everyone's spirits are high. They recognize the purpose they are serving and being on the front line of taking care of our community. And we are proud to represent and serve the citizens of Carson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Doing a good job. All right. All right, let's now take up item number 7B. This is a proclamation to recognize the month of May as Historic Preservation and Archaeological Awareness Month. There you go. Good morning, Hope.
Good morning, Mayor.
How are you doing today?
I'm good, thank you.
All right. I'm going to read the proclamation from here, all right? And then you can
Please.
take it from there. All right. This is a proclamation for Historic Preservation and Archaeological Awareness Month, May 2020. Whereas historic preservation and archaeological awareness are effective tools for managing growth and sustainable development, revitalizing neighborhoods, fostering local pride, and maintaining community character while enhancing livability. And whereas historic preservation and archaeological awareness are relevant for communities across the nation, both urban and rural, and for Americans of all ages, all walks of life, and all ethnic backgrounds. And whereas it is important to celebrate the role of history in our lives and the contributions made by dedicated individuals in helping to preserve the tangible aspects of the heritage that has shaped us as a people, not only nationally but locally here. Therefore, I, Robert Kroll, Mayor of Carson City, do hereby proclaim May 2020 as Historic Preservation and Archaeological Awareness Month and call upon our residents and citizens to join their fellow citizens across Nevada in recognizing and participating in this special observance. Hope, you want to talk to us a little bit about what this means and why it's important to our community?
Thank you, Mayor Hope Sullivan, Planning Manager. Carson City is lucky in that we have amazing historic resources in the city, and we have an amazing historic district. The city has a Historic Resource Commission, and the Historic Resource Commission wants to make sure the community is aware of these resources. So this month in particular, for Historic and Archaeological Preservation Month, the Historic Resource Commission has organized its 11th annual scavenger hunt. So I know a lot of people are staying at home, they're not getting out, but this is an amazing opportunity to go visit the district. You can socially distance. This year's theme is fences and gates. So you can go and look for 25 different fences and gates and submit your entries. And we'll select from the correct entries for somebody to win a $50 gift card to a local restaurant. But we're just really excited to be able to, particularly this year, to organize the scavenger hunt and really get people out of their homes and the opportunity to go do something with everything being canceled. We have postponed this year's award because we'd like the recipients to be at the meeting to receive it. So we'll be back in 2 weeks with the recipients of this year's Historic Preservation Award. But anyone who would like to do the scavenger hunt, you can access it at carson.org/hunt. And there will be a place where you can click it and you can do the hunt entirely online. So we absolutely encourage people to do that and enjoy our resources. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Hope. Any questions, Hope? Comments? Anybody? I don't see any. Thanks. All right, let's take up the consent agenda. I know there's a couple that you pulled off already. We're going to pull for special, not special, but individual consideration, 8 Charlie and 9 Bravo. Anything else? Anybody? All right, let's pull those. We'll take those up when we get through, if we've got any concerns with the rest of the consent agenda. You want to make a motion?
I move to approve the consent agenda as published with the exception of 8C and 9B.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? Second. There's a motion and a second on the motion. Discussion. Hearing and seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Carried. Okay, thank you. Let's take up item 8, Charlie, now then, and who wanted to talk about this? Supervisor Bonkowski. Thanks, Brad.
This is just for a technical correction on Exhibit A on the text description in the third line. It says the original map said that we were in Washoe County, so we changed that to Carson City.
Good catch. All right. Anything else on this one? Anybody? Entertain a motion to approve 8, Charlie.
I move to approve the lease amendment as presented with the one correction to the Exhibit A text description, changing Washoe County to Carson City.
Great. Okay. There's a motion and a second on the motion. Discussion. Hearing and seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Carried. Okay, carried unanimous. All right, let's take up 9, Bravo. Who wanted this one? Okay, Supervisor Bagwell, Lori, go. 9, Bravo.
So I think this is a great job to solidify how we're going to run the MAC and pay for it, but I wanted to add a little bit of language as a protection mode for Carson City, and I think that City Manager Paulson has some recommended language.
All right, so we are adding a number 6 under how costs will be divided. And that sentence would read, in the event an expenditure is deemed unallowable by a granting agency, the expenditure will be charged back to the 4 counties based on the parameters set forth in the paragraphs above.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody else want to weigh on this one?
Question.
Stacy?
I see that Jeff Page already signed it for Lyon County. Did you talk to him about that amendment?
I've sent him an email, but I haven't been able to
Okay.
talk to him about it, but,
So I mean, if they don't agree, then we're going to see it back, correct?
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions? Okay.
Motion?
Motion's in order.
I move to approve the agreement as amended, adding number 6.
Second.
There's a motion and a second on the motion. Discussion. Hearing and seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Carried. Okay, thank you very much. Let's now, we had a lot on the consent agenda. Let's take up item 16. Is that where we are now? I think so. Who's doing this one? This is to, I'll read it here. Possible action, discussion and possible action to adopt on second reading bill number 104, an ordinance declaring a moratorium for a period of up to 180 days with the ability to extend it by resolution for up to an additional 60 days on the acceptance and processing of planning or other applications for the cultivation of hemp in Carson City. If we're doing this, this is on second reading.
Yes, Lee's on WebEx.
Okay. Lee? We got people everywhere out there. Lee, any changes? Anybody? I know we got one from Barbara. We got one from Barbara Wall. Anybody else?
The only one we received is the one you read into the record this morning.
Okay. All right. Anybody else want to weigh in on the hemp issue? Board, we okay? Want to weigh in? All right, entertain a motion to approve on second reading bill number.
Ordinance number?
Ordinance number is 2020-4.
I move to adopt ordinance number 2020-4.
There's a motion and a second on the motion. Discussion. Hearing and seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Carried. Okay, let's take up, let's see here. 16, Bravo. This is discussion and possible action regarding a proposed order of abandonment concerning an applicant request for the abandonment of a public right-of-way by Carson City, specifically a portion of Lamont Drive beginning at the rear property lines of 3493 Arrowhead Drive and 3505 Arrowhead Drive, and extending to approximately the eastern property line of 3321 Lamont Drive. Okay. Disclosures are in order. Let me see, go,
I have
Brad.
disclosures on item 16B and the following item 17A. NRS 281A.420 requires me to disclose a conflict of interest and abstain from voting when I have a disqualifying conflict. In my private commitment, I am a partner in the real estate brokerage firm of NAI Alliance Carson City. In that capacity, I currently represent CC Note Investment Group LLC, which is the applicant for the order of abandonment. Because I have a continuing and substantial business relationship with the applicant, I have a disqualifying conflict, and I will not be voting on this matter. That's the disclosure for 16B. Todd, is it okay if I read both in now, since they're consecutive items?
I think that's fine.
Okay. My disclosure for item 17A, NRS 281A.420 requires me to disclose a conflict of interest and abstain from voting when I have a disqualifying conflict. In my private commitment, I am a partner in the real estate brokerage firm of NAI Alliance Carson City. In that capacity, I currently represent CC Note Investment Group LLC, which is the property owner proposing the dedication of right-of-way to Carson City. Because I have a continuing and substantial business relationship with the property owner, I have a disqualifying conflict, and I will not be voting on this matter.
All right, any other disclosures? Okay, let's take up item 16, Bravo. Who's going to do this?
I'll do it, Mayor.
Right.
Good morning, Board. Dan Stuckey, City
We haven't
Engineer.
seen you here for a while.
I know.
What are you doing, hiding out down there in Public Works?
I am. It's good to be back in front of you.
We're good to have you back. All right, go.
So I'm going to do 16B and 17A together. They do go together. Lamont Drive is, I did prepare just a couple slides just to show you what's going on, but Lamont Drive, as you can see, is a kind of a horseshoe-shaped road that connects to Arrowhead Drive. The red there is the applicant is proposing to abandon that section. And when that section is abandoned, it would leave, would basically leave the ends there. So to accommodate proper fire turnaround, we would require cul-de-sacs to be built. And so to obtain the proper right-of-way for those cul-de-sacs, part of the abandonment is this dedication of right-of-way to accommodate those cul-de-sacs and have that fire turnaround. So that's 17A is the dedication of right-of-way, and of course, 16B is the abandonment. The abandonment was in front of the Planning Commission on November 19th. When considering abandonment, the 7 required findings per CCMC 17.15.01 must be made in the affirmative. That was done. The Planning Commission recommends approval, and so it's in front of you today. So that's a summary of what's happening with those 2 items.
Okay.
I believe, sorry, Mayor, I believe the applicant, Derek Wilson, is on the call if you have any questions for the applicant for the
All right,
abandonment.
Mr. Wilson, you on the call? Give it a chance here to see. Mr. Wilson?
Yes, I'm
Okay, I
here.
just want to make sure you're on the call here. My sense, we'll give you a chance if you want to jump in here, but let me just deal with it from here so we could maybe make up some time.
Sure.
Questions on Mr. Stuckey regarding 16 Bravo? Anybody? Stacy, go.
Dan, I assume that one of these streets is going to be renamed, right?
Yes, so when this all goes through, we'll work with the addressing, with Ken Shannon over in addressing, we'll work on renaming.
And this will leave 2 parcels, so each will have an access then, correct? If I read
Yes,
it correctly?
there will be no landlocked parcels
Okay,
as a
perfect.
result of this.
Thank you.
Lori, Supervisor Bagwell.
And can you tell me what the zoning is on this property? Is there a plan for what we're going to be doing? Or what the applicant is going to do?
I don't know if
Yeah,
Mr.
this is,
Wilson.
Derek Wilson, the applicant. There is not a fixed plan. At this point, there's no site plan that's been drawn up. The zoning is general industrial, so it's being positioned for, industrial flex space kind of development.
We need that.
All right. Any other board comments or questions regarding this agenda item? Anybody? Any members of the public? Did we get any? I think we could still do it like that. Can people comment now? Can they still do that? Dan?
Actually, Mayor, so the way we have
Gonna
public
do it
comment
only public
agendized
comment at
right
the
now
beginning
is,
and at the end,
yeah, just
right?
the beginning and the end. That's the way
All right,
the way
so
we have it set
We're
up.
not gonna do that until we maybe get back in order things here. Okay, anything else on this agenda item, 16 Bravo? Motion's in order.
I move to approve the order of abandonment based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval contained in the order.
There's a motion and a second on the motion discussion. Hearing and seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous with one extension, with one abstention. Supervisor Bunkowski, I'm sorry, Brad. All right, let's go to 17 Alpha. This is discussion and possible action regarding a proposed dedication of road right-of-way to Carson City from APN 005-5302 and a number of other APNs located adjacent to Lamont Drive. You want to tell us what's going on here? This is a corollary one to what we just took up. Go ahead.
Yeah, Dan Stuckey, City Engineer for the record. So as I mentioned, a part of that abandonment leaves these cul-de-sacs, as you can see on the screen. And so basically, they're dedicating that land to be used for the right-of-way for those cul-de-sacs.
All right. Board members, questions? All right, we ready for motion? Who wants to do it?
I move to accept the right-of-way dedication.
Motion and a second on the motion discussion. Hearing and seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Aye. Opposed, nay.
And one abstention.
And one abstention. 4-1. Okay. All right. 401. That's right. All right. Let's take up item 18. Alpha, this is discussion and possible action regarding proposed health, dental, and life insurance contracts for Carson City to provide benefits coverage to city employees and retirees with a number of providers. You want to take us through this? We do this generally annually. Okay.
Good morning, Melanie
morning.
Bruchetta, Carson City Human Resources Director. Today I'm asking you to approve our health insurance renewal with Hometown Health with a 0% rate increase, same benefits, and to fund the high deductible plan as it's been funded in the past. To approve the dental insurance plan with Cigna, a 2-year contract with a 5.88% decrease for the, from the existing rate. And the life insurance contract with Kansas City Life, a 2-year contract with an 18% decrease.
Decrease or increase?
Decrease.
Okay. Questions of Melanie? Anybody?
Yeah, I just want to thank you and the committee for, you guys did a great job to get a decrease in this environment. It's amazing, so thank you.
Thanks.
Anybody else? Anybody else? Let me just say, Hometown to me has done a nice job. And I'm not going to go much further than that about our prior carriers, but Hometown is Johnny on a spot, at least has been for me. And that's not just because I'm mayor and crab a lot. But nice job. They're always out in front. Good deal. All right. We'll take a motion.
I move to approve the benefits contract as presented.
Second.
There's a motion and a second on the motion discussion. Hearing and seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried. Okay. Let's take up item 19. This is for possible discussion and possible action regarding proposed submittal of a SAFER grant to hire an additional 9 firefighters. Who's doing this one? Is the chief still here? Chief Slayman, did you go home? I think he was going to do it on the phone. Oh.
Sean, are you on the WebEx?
There he is. All right. He's bringing his coffee too. Water? All right. Tell us why we want to hire 9 new firefighters.
Good morning again, Sean Slayman, Fire Chief for the record. What we have before you today is a request to apply for a FEMA SAFER grant. FEMA is the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and SAFER stands for Staffing for Adequate Fire and Emergency Response. What the grant is if awarded, it's a highly competitive grant. There's certainly no guarantee we would be awarded this grant. It is a 3-year grant. Right now, it is It has a match to it, so the first 2 years of the grant pay for 75% of the entry-level firefighter wages and benefits. What it does not include in any of the 3 years are wage increases. So any contractual wage obligations are also step increases or step increases through that. And the match for the city would be 25%. The third year, it flips slightly or significantly, where the grant awards for 35% of the funding, and the city's obligated match would be 65%. A little background on how we got here and what we're looking for. So, as you are well aware, our call volume continues to increase on an annual basis. We're averaging about a 5% increase in call volume per year. Over the last decade, we've seen about a 51% increase in our total call volume. We have augmented some EMS, medical staffing through the BLS ambulance, which has helped significantly, but what we have not been able to address is firefighter staffing during that time. So our staffing levels for firefighters have been constant during that time period. By asking for 9 firefighters, what that will break down to is that would break down to, we operate 3 separate shifts, so to speak, and those shifts are 48 hours in succession. So by ease, we label them A, B, and C shift, Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie shift. So each shift, if we were awarded this grant, would receive 3 additional firefighters. What that would do is, on full staffing days, when they are not covering any vacancies, they would be the 4th firefighter on the engine. National studies show that by increasing staffing from 3 firefighters to a 4th firefighter on a fire engine actually improves efficiency and reduces time to put water on a fire and begins life-saving searches by 25%. So it's a significant efficiency increase on the days where we would have 4-person staffing. The contract would not be adjusted. They would still maintain 3-person minimum on the fire engine. So anytime somebody was off for vacation leave, sick leave, injury leave, or any other type of department-sanctioned leave, we would have additional firefighters, these 9, 3 per shift, to cover those, and in essence, would reduce some of the overtime that the city would incur during that time period. This was also presented to the audit committee last year, and their recommendation was to bring forward to you, the board, to evaluate hiring additional firefighters with the ability to study how much of overtime can be reduced by bringing in additional firefighters. Staffing today, you have a minimum of 16 firefighters on duty, and I'm using firefighters as a generic. I'm not discussing the ranks. So you have, from battalion chief to the basic firefighter, you have 16 firefighters on duty every day. That's through 3 fire engines out of 3 fire stations, and then 3 rescue ambulances, and then a battalion chief that oversees that shift. In addition to that, there are 2 firefighters that we call floaters that cover, that are currently assigned to each shift, that cover vacation leave and such. There are 2 firefighters that are allowed off per day on vacation leave. So those, if 2 firefighters are off on vacation, those 2 floater firefighters fill those vacancies, and that solves the overtime issue right there from the minimum staffing. What it doesn't include is if there's any other person off, if we have shortages because of vacancies or resignations, sick leave, or long-term injury leave, all of those above the 2-person would cause an overtime. And so in looking at studying this, my recommendation is to get a good analysis, is to submit a grant for a request for the SAFER grant for 9 firefighters. And again, by increasing our staffing by contract, it would increase vacation leave by 1 additional person. So each shift would be allowed to have 3 firefighters off, but each shift would have 5 floaters, if that makes sense. So even with right now, With the 2 floaters, that's just enough to cover annual leave or vacation leave. With 5, there would be 3 allowed off on annual, so we would still have 2 floaters to cover any additional sick leave or any other type of leaves that I've just previously discussed. So that's where we would see, in my view, a reduction in that overtime. The estimated cost for this is laid out in the agenda item on page 2 of the staff report. So working with city finance, the first year estimates are that the grant award from FEMA would be a little over $900,000, and the 25% match would be $301,143. The second year, because as I mentioned, it doesn't cover cost increases, so any raises, COLAs, or step increases, the FEMA match would remain at $903,428, and then the city's match would increase, even though the percentage stays the same, would increase $419,807 in the second year. And then in the final year, the safer match would be $421,000. That's where it drops to 35%. And the Carson City match, the city match, would be $419,000. Or excuse me, $1 million. Got my numbers wrong here. So the safer grant in the third year would be $421,000 covered by the grant, and the Carson City match would increase to $1,032,000 over that 3-year term.
Okay. Is that it?
One last couple quick things, because I would anticipate questions on this. During the life of the grant, we are required to maintain the number of firefighters assigned. So we cannot go through, unless you apply for a waiver, which has to be granted by FEMA, you cannot reduce your firefighter staffing, meaning layoffs or any attrition. So there is those risks that are tied to that. And then the last thing that I wanted to add before I open it up for questions is the International Association of Fire Chiefs is strongly lobbying Congress and the President to increase the funding to both the SAFER grants and to the AFG grants, which is separate from this. But with that increase is their request to waive or significantly reduce the match that is required for these. I have sent letters to our state representatives, our federal representatives at the state, so Senator Masto Cortez and Senator Rosen, as well as Congressman Amedee, as well as the president and the vice president. I've sent letters to supporting that increase in funding for the SAFER and the need for the reduction in those matches. All that is a letter and a request. There is no guarantee on that, but those things are out there, and potential benefits or bonuses to that.
All right. What happens if we don't do this?
If we do not do this, we continue to operate as we are. This grant opens every year, so it doesn't preclude us from evaluating and applying again this next year or the year after that. The only time you're precluded from applying is if you are awarded a grant. You cannot apply for an additional SAFER grant during that same funding period.
Okay. Got a couple questions here. Supervisor Bunkowski, go. And then Chief.
So
you're next.
So my comments are generally for the rest of the board members. The chief went over the details of this pretty well, but the devil's actually in the details, and I have some concerns. The first of which is the change to the bargaining contract, which means that there's a risk that the cost of additional leave is going to bite into the overtime savings. That's one concern that I have. The second concern is just being able to budget for the operating cost, especially for year 3, when we're looking at, almost 1.1 million in additional costs. Well, $1 million, $1,032,000, that the city would need to come up with, plus the any additional cost, ancillary cost for the firefighters. Then my third concern is the exemption. We're basically, if we accept the Safer Grant money, then we're basically saying that fire is exempt from any cuts if we go into a significant recession, because we can't cut staffing. So that is, it's kind of a conundrum, I think, for us, because we need the option to look at everything, to put everything on the table if there's a severe recession, which is an actual possibility in this case, but yet we wouldn't be able to look at one of the highest costs that we have, justified or not, or wherever that may fall in the priority, it basically becomes exempt. So those are my concerns for the rest of the board members that I would like to discuss. There's also a question for you, Sean, and we discussed this yesterday. What are the consequences if we apply for the grant and we get the grant and then we decide not to accept the award? Are there consequences for the department or for the city in that circumstance?
That's a great question. That is also truly an unknown. There is nothing stated that if you decline a grant, that it will impact any future grants or existing grants within there. But it does establish that. My thought, and I'm not sure it would, I don't know. We don't know what we don't know at this point. I don't anticipate the awards going out until late July and August, and then usually on a weekly basis, they award these grants in phases. So it's usually every Thursday that they announce a grant award for that week. What that would do is we could withdraw our application up to that point prior to being awarded one if we saw our financials are not coming in. So we're usually about 2 months in the rears on our reporting for sales taxes and our revenues. So if we saw in July what May looked like, what April and May looked like, and we were not comfortable with that, we could write a letter to FEMA withdrawing our application prior to award. And I would certainly support that option if that's where we were at that point. But in my previous employer, we did end up turning down an AFG grant after being awarded, and they have continued to get, within the fire department and within the city, continue to get other FEMA grants.
Chief? That chief?
Our city was actually awarded a FEMA grant for a safer grant in, challenging my memory, 2009. And this board declined to accept it. And in subsequent years, we got AFG grants, so it didn't hurt us. The grant process, I've participated in grant reviews in the past as a member of a professional organization, and the grants are looked at individually in the context of the year's criteria. So the criteria is established for that grant round. At least this is the way it used to be. I can't verify that it's that way now, but I suspect it hasn't changed. So you've got a group of subject matter experts who review the grants against the criteria, not against past performance or past applications. If it gets to the grant committee, it's a moot point. So I think that's a viable option. Chief, this doesn't contemplate savings, right? The expenditures here don't contemplate the savings. So if you were to estimate savings, and that was the number that was sort of missing in my mind from this packet, I mean, what kind of reduction? So in year one, we're paying $301,000, but what would you anticipate we would save?
So, great question. My anticipation is a roughly $300,000 to $400,000 per year. In the first, actually within the first 2 years, we would more than likely at least break even and potentially have a savings. Where I came to that number is we've looked at the last 3 years of annual leave, and on average, Again, the maximum people allowed off on annual leave are 2 per day. On average, we are averaging about 280 to 300 days of the year where we have 2 people off on annual leave. If that number maintained, as the number bumps to 3, if we're awarded the grant, it looks like we would have 2 extra firefighters at a minimum above that staffing level. So I'm fairly confident that we would see 300 days of the year pretty easily, probably closer to 400 days, understanding that you could have multiple firefighters covering an overtime on one day, so I'm getting more than 365 days in the year. That I think we would actually see that, those firefighters used and reducing that overtime. And that's one thing that I didn't hit on is the overtime is a significant cost, but it is less expensive than a fully funded firefighter. Overtime is straight 150%, 1.5 times, where our entry-level benefits run the firefighters from their salary, it's about 175 to 180%. As they increase in salary, that the benefits stay generally flat minus their overtime or their retirement, so that percentage decreases, but the most it's going to decrease to is about 170%.
Yeah.
And then there is the actual stress of working. While it is, many firefighters enjoy working the overtime and covering those shifts, it is an added stress. And as busy as we've become, there are many studies of sleep patterns affecting your health and your mental well-being. And there are many side effects that we may not even be able to predict that we would gain from adding the additional firefighters and reducing our overtime.
I want to mention that of that benefit cost, 40+% of it is retirement, which we as a local government have zero control over.
Correct.
I understand Brad's financial concerns, but with my experience and my sort of inside knowledge, I am going to support this because it is difficult to run a busy fire department when you are asking the employees in that department to constantly work overtime. And it gets onerous on the employees, and quite frankly, it gets dangerous for them and it gets dangerous for the community. This doesn't really add units to the street, but hopefully what it will do is avoid some sort of catastrophe on the civilian side or on the firefighter side, and hopefully improve efficiencies. And yes, I understand that at this point, we're not making a commitment in any case because we still have the ability to not accept the grant if our financials are as bad as we think they're going to be. It's just authorizing them to apply. So personally, I'm going to support it. Thank you.
I think we've got Brad, you want to wait until John? Supervisor Barrett, go.
Did I understand you to say that we can apply next year if we don't apply this year, and that's no fault, no gain?
That is correct. As long as funding is available at the FEMA level, the SAFER grants are funded every year.
And secondarily, what do you foresee in year 4 and on out?
I'm sorry, what was the last question?
Year 4 and on out.
Great. So there is no obligation at the end of the grant. So at the completion of those 3 years, there is no obligation. What the first 2 years will allow us to do is study the actual impact of overtime reduction, as well as if there is sick leave and injury reductions tied to that, or that we can correlate to that. Ultimately, my plan would be to bring a plan back at year 2 or right around year 2 back to the board to have those initial discussions, or at least with the city manager, on where we go. There are a number of options that we can do. One, we can maintain that staffing. We see the value in the overtime reduction and sick leave and injury reduction and maintain that. We could go to the worst case scenario and we could go to layoffs. and the employment would be ended at that point. The firefighters, if we apply, if we receive, they would be hired under a clause that they are a limited term firefighter, meaning their employment term is specifically defined with the life of the grant. So they will know that going in. The sweet spot, or what I would call the sweet spot, is somewhere in the middle. Is one, we could attrition firefighters out as employees retired or resigned from the organization. We would reduce those numbers back to our existing levels without going through layoffs, and continue to see the overtime reductions, albeit at a lesser reduction as we continue to reduce the number of firefighters. We could look at keeping a couple of them and not maintaining all 9, or that would also allow us to bring forth solid numbers on transitioning our rescue ambulance service to the single role side and taking our firefighters that are on those rescue ambulances to staff what is going to be, I'm confident is needed as a new station, and staffing for that. And those firefighters that couldn't make it within that, we could offer them a position within the organization under that single role transport model. So there are several options that I already have in mind of what I would do and what I need to look at to determine where we go. But at year 2, I think we would have good numbers, solid numbers to look at and bring back to you, or at least to the city manager's office on where we go from there.
Brad, did you turn, you got your light still on? Brad, Supervisor Bonkowski.
Couple of comments. Sean, if you could give us your thoughts on why you concluded that the nine was better than the 6. Also, I just wanted to note that I understand that this is a program that we really should implement, and so none of my comments are intended to imply that I am not in support of this. My concern is that once we commit to it, then we have to pay for it for the 3-year period, and I want to make sure that we have the ability to do that. And in year 3, you said that you would bring a plan back at the end of year 2, and we'd look at the overtime savings, but the costs change significantly in year 3. So there's limited benefit. It gives us some trending and some data at the end of year 2, but everything changes in year 3 and beyond. So I want to make sure that we're aware of that as part of our commitment. And then I would like to hear from Lori and the mayor on my previous concerns, but if you could tell us the 6 versus 9, please.
Sure. So 6 versus 9 generated off of 2 things. One of the primary factors that SAFER looks at in evaluating that is the ability to meet national recommended standards for staffing. One of those recommendations is 4 people on a fire engine. So by going to 9 with our 3 fire engines, that would allow us, on days where they are not utilized to cover vacancies, we would have that 4-person staffing, and that's how we would write the grant, that to say, during ideal times, we would meet national standards for our staffing levels for our fire responses. So that's the first side. The second side is looking at the firefighter contract. We are at the ceiling of the maximum allowed firefighters for 2 people off. Any additional firefighters that we add to the fire suppression side, to the shifts, would raise that number to 3 vacation boards, or annual boards, for all 3 shifts. So if we went to 6, that would give us 1 floater above and beyond. So we would have 4 personnel per shift to absorb 3 annual leave vacancies, and then any additional sick leave or injury leave. We currently trend probably 1 to 1.5 people off above and beyond the annual leave, either through department assignments, by training, by sick leave, or by injury leave, or by vacancy terms. It's about a 6-month lag time from when somebody retires to the time we can bring that new firefighter on board into the actual fire station from the pre-employment process to the actual academy and training processes. So that's what gives me a glimpse of we're averaging that 4 to really 4.5 people off per day. So to maximize the overtime savings and to write the grant in a way to achieve the national recommended standards, I made the direction at 9. However, in the packet is included the costs for 6, if that is the direction of the board. And that's a number a little bit more comfortable with them.
Lori, you want to weigh in?
Sure. I think, yeah, no, I do. So I think I kind of, so one, I support what we're trying to accomplish in this, but supporting it versus the ability to pay for it are two vastly different things. And so my concern is it will isolate the fire department to be the only department in the city that would not suffer any reductions. And while I see public safety as one that's fairly exempt to begin with, this would exacerbate the issue in which then I would have to make up the $1 million if I have shortfalls. Then I'm going to have to take more severe cuts in the other agencies to make up for this. And I guess that's one of the things that bothers me the most. It's like, I want the public safety, a higher level of service. Like you said, it's to be able to achieve a higher level of service. It's to be able to offer the employees maybe a better life, to not be as severely stressed. But I'm concerned that if we actually have a recession, where do I make up the $1 million that I now added to the fire department? Because now and actually as I get going, I'm adding $1.5 million. And then I'm like, uh-oh, that means I got to take $1.5 million from the Parks Department or the Sheriff's Office or the library. You know, it just doesn't leave us as much flexibility as a board to make decisions. And so I hesitate within that arena to obligate us. And then one of the other things I was trying to, and thank you for your response, that 9 is what we have now at a fire department. So I was trying to look at our strategic plan and when we have on the horizon to build the new fire department so that we could dovetail this into that too. So it, like you said, I'm taking advantage of grant funding while I can, but I'm not putting a burden on the rest of the entire city if we don't have the finances. So my thought process or question is whether we should just wait 1 year. We have some answers then on the financial situations, and it would then align with the end of this cycle being the fire department. So you wouldn't be laying them off if it didn't work. You'd be putting them to the new fire department. If that makes sense, what I'm trying to accomplish here.
Yes, I absolutely understand, and I wouldn't be truthful if I didn't tell you I was concerned about the finances for our city going forward and the many unknowns. One point of clarification, and it's really a small slice of the pie, the FEMA grant requires that the operational side, the firefighters assigned to shift, those numbers are maintained. What it does not cover is any administrative positions, fire prevention positions, or any civilian support positions. So it's just the firefighters on the fire engines and on our rescue ambulances that the staffing requires. It's a small amount of support staff that we have, but we wouldn't be completely exempt if we got to a point of layoffs.
Sure, go.
So then it's going to sound crazy. Are you thinking that then potentially an administrative staff could be, their workload could be somehow spread between other fire staff and things to accommodate, and that's where reductions would occur? I just don't think you have many, I don't think you have a lot of that either.
We don't, but I can almost promise you every department director would sit in this seat and tell you the same thing. No matter what cuts this city faces, it is going to hurt us.
It's going to hurt. Yeah, it's going to hurt.
Lori, could I ask you a question on the the million or million and a half that you were mentioning that you're adding, just to follow up on what Supervisor Jomi was saying, does that number include savings? The 1.5 million?
No.
Okay.
But if we got 300,000 a year, so in the audit committee, the discussion became, could we run this as a study and determine that indeed, you're not guaranteed that you'll get a saving. So I want to be perfectly clear that no one on the audit committee thought that we were going to eliminate $300,000 or $400,000 in overtime. It never seems to work out that the grand plan is we will eliminate some overtime because he'll have additional. So if we got 200 or 300, and let's say you got lucky and got the whole 400,000, I think if I recall, that still leaves us 1.2 million in expense. And this, I don't think also includes, unless I'm mistaken, any other equipment or necessary items. This is just the salary benefit through the contract costs, not other ancillary things that you'd have to purchase for the operating side of a.
Correct, just their PPE and such. We wouldn't be buying additional fire apparatus or anything,
Right.
large ticket items, but their personal protective equipment and those things would be paid for
Extra.
by the city.
Right.
Let me ask you a question, Chief. And call it for better or for worse, some drop dead dates. What is the absolute last date that you can file for a SAFER grant this year?
May 15th is the deadline.
So that's coming right around.
It's a small window. It's a 30-day window.
And that's done every year?
Correct.
And then if you file a grant, and when will we know if we got the grant or not?
They don't have timelines announced, but certainly with the shutdowns that we've been experiencing, normally this grant opens in February to March, and it's not open till May now, so there's already been a delay. Awards don't normally start happening until late July, and then August and September are the bulk of your awards. So if history repeats itself, I'm going to guess that awards wouldn't start until August, and then we would be seeing September and October, but I can't guarantee that. But we do have a few months, that I do know.
And is it really possible for us, if we get awarded the grant, that we don't have to take it
Yes, you can decline the grant.
without being hurt for subsequent grants?
That has been my experience in
I
Chief
assume that-
Giommi.
I assume that everybody in this country is probably somewhere in that neighborhood because everybody's looking at the financial hit to their operations. I don't know, you're doing a study of all your assets and things like that? Where are you on that?
I was really, really hoping, they had said that we were likely to get a draft to me, last Friday. It is yet to arrive. I really thought I'd at least have some recommendations in front of you by today, but timing is everything, and that did not happen.
Well, Chief, it seems to me, and listening to the arguments, and they're not arguments, but the comments, and I think everybody wants to do this. It's a question of not knowing what the finances is going to be. And it's not that, as I see it anyway, it's not that we don't know what you're going to do with them, but we don't know what's going to happen with more federal funding, if we can get any of that, more state funding, or where we are on that. It'd be nice if we could buy some time on that so we know where we are, so that we don't put ourselves in a bind. My sense is that we're going to probably have to go through another round of budget analysis. We'll see on that, but it's probably a pretty good bet. I don't know. I think that these 9 are important, and I think another fire station is important. But I'm also concerned right now, given where we are, and if it hadn't been for this pandemic, I think would be all right. But I think now, the prudent way of proceeding is to, let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens. But that's just me. Okay. Anybody else? Chief, do you owe me? Tell me why I'm wrong.
Mayor, I don't know that you're wrong. I don't know that anybody's wrong. I just know that with as hard as the fire department here works and as much as and every department, but I have particular knowledge about that. It will reach a breaking point. This is not my cross to bear. It's his cross to bear, but, it has me concerned as a board member, and it has me concerned as a past fire professional, that we'll reach a point where some criticality occurs, whether that be on the civilian side or whether that be on the firefighter side. And you're asking, we collectively are asking the fire department to do a lot. And the sad thing is that this doesn't solve the problem. This doesn't solve the problem. It's a Band-Aid on the problem. We have a lot of needs in this community. We heard them last night on the debates about roads and about everything else. I don't know how you start to separate it. I just know that in the time I was there, we just continued to see that increase, and we continued to ask our employees to do more with the same amount. And it hasn't changed in the last 5+ years that I've been gone. This will provide a little bit of relief. Is the timing bad? Yeah, it's bad. And as I listen to it, maybe it does make sense to wait a year. I just know that and then I'm not trying to be dramatic. I'm really not, but we're hanging on the edge of some kind of catastrophe. I wouldn't want to be in his shoes when that happens, because it'll be devastating for this community. And again, I'm not trying to throw fear at people. I have particular insight into how things are there, so that's what I'm struggling with.
It's a
Again,
good
I don't know
discussion,
that
Brad.
you're wrong.
Let me ask the chief one question, then we'll go to Supervisor Bonkowski. Supervisor Bagwell made the comment that, if we add this money or we give this grant money to the fire folks, and we need to make cuts throughout the city to exist, put it like that, at a reasonable ending fund balance. Is that a legitimate concern that, because, let me ask it like this, and maybe you ask it to you, Chief, and I think you gave the answer already, but I'd like to hear it again if you did.
Let me tap into what you were going to say.
Okay.
Number one, I think that there are options that we as a board, under the current disaster declaration, have that we haven't taken advantage of and could. We're talking about layoffs. That is specific to this grant as we talk about this. And it precludes this grant would preclude operational firefighters from getting laid off without getting an exemption. So that's the first component to that. I believe that if we face a fiscal crisis, the magnitude of which would require us to go to layoffs, I think there's a reasonable chance that we would get an exemption. It's certainly not guaranteed. I believe the fire department does have other staff that they could do a reduction in force. And the chief is right. There's no department director that's going to sit here and say, I'm going to volunteer to give up people, because we are smaller than we were 12 years ago, right? We know that. I think the other arrow in our quiver is that we have the ability, and nothing in this grant precludes us from reducing pay. There's nothing in here that precludes us from reducing pay, as opposed to going all the way to layoffs. So I think there are other options beyond going all the way to layoffs. I think there are ways to obtain savings through not enacting merit or COLA increases if it comes to that. I'm not advocating that. I'm just saying there are options available to us as a governing body from this disaster declaration that we haven't even discussed. Before we go to the point where we're saying we can't accept this grant because we can't lay these firefighters off. To me, there are a lot of steps in between that we could take to maintain service levels and not get to the point where we're laying people off.
I just got a note from our Health and Human Services manager that probably everybody here has got it, that the governor's going to be speaking at 3 o'clock today. And I think this is one of those press conferences that everybody ought to be listening to. And it'd be interesting to see what's coming out today in terms of whether we're moving in phase one or we're not. This is a real dilemma. I mean, I don't want to, our folks are really out there all the time, and I don't want to put an additional burden on them, but on the other hand, we might have to find some way to solve that problem. I don't know. Anyway, Brad, go shoot, and I'll collect my thoughts a minute.
So when I look at this, again, this is something that I think that I support and that we need to do. It's really about the economics at this point. I don't think anybody here questions the need. So when I look at the economics of it, for me, the question is, how much data do we need? How many months of data do we need to be able to make an informed decision? We've had discussion here today about putting this off for another year and submitting next year. The other option would be to submit the application and look at the data that comes in between now and an award date. My concern is that we don't understand what the recovery is going to look like as we open up the economy. We don't have a magic switch where we just open the economy and everybody goes back to commerce the way it was before the economy got shut down. If restaurants are only allowed to have dine-in for 50% seating capacity, I think that you're going to see a lot of restaurants choose not to reopen because they're going to bleed money. They're going to lose money at that capacity, so there's no point in them opening. That has an economic impact. So how many months of data do we need, and when is the economy going to get to a self-sustaining level? Do we have those answers? That's the question for me on whether to submit and cancel prior to the award date if the numbers aren't coming in, or wait a year. I'm not sure that I have the question for that, but I think that that's what we need to be considering on this, is how much data do we need, and is that data going to be enough to give us a direction if we submit this year?
Well, go ahead, Lori.
So I think that really is the issue. So let's say that we had an opportunity in August or September to decide whether or not we were going to accept the grant, if we were fortunate enough to be selected. I don't believe we will have sufficient data to make that decision then any more than I have today. And so I think I agree with you that I'm not even going to have a full month of reopening by that time. So I don't even know what 1 month looks like of a reopened Carson City. I won't have any data. Let's say we were fortunate enough to say the month of June is the first opening month. I won't get that very first data, right, till right there at August or September, and I won't have any trending. I'll have, if I'm lucky, 1 month answer. I just don't think that's enough information for us to make an informed decision. And I think that's what we're all struggling here, not the not the idea of looking for long-term relief to begin a process here. I just don't want to go down a road that I don't have the money to pay for it, because that's going to be a blow a different way, and I know that our employees right now are very fortunate. They all still have their jobs. And I think I'm trying to struggle to say that has to be the overall priority is maintaining. And I'm just concerned I won't have any data in August or September that makes me feel any more comfortable, or that I'm still as uncomfortable as I am today with the data.
Chief, go back to when's the study going to get done? And let me back that up while you say that. Is that study what is that going to encompass? Give us a little.
So it should be completed. I should have a draft any day now, certainly within the next week or so. What it encompasses is it'll encompass our current staffing levels and response capabilities, as well as going into future anticipated needs off of current trending. It will study our fire prevention and community education. It studies our administration and their support services and how our staffing levels are at that. It's not just on the fire and EMS side. They are looking at the single role paramedic model that I've asked them to look at, so that I can have some better idea from their point of view of what a properly staffed, proper working hours for that would look like, and what the cost differences would be on that side, or at least would give us the tools to get that cost side. It encompasses our fire stations and the age and the repair and the maintenance and the suitability of them, as well as our apparatus. It's all encompassing.
Okay, thank you. Chief Giome, Supervisor Giome, I got it.
Given all that, given everything that we've discussed today, maybe it does make sense to hold this in abeyance until next year, when we've had an opportunity to review that public safety, that master plan study, where you've had an opportunity to review it with us in detail, where we've had an opportunity to review it in detail. I know that it probably is not what you want to hear, but it seems to me to make the most sense. I would rather us not apply this year and turn it down. I mean, I would rather, as opposed to turning it down, which I would rather us not do. I would rather us not apply than to apply and turn it down. So I guess I'm saying I've changed my mind. Reluctantly, but I think it makes the most sense with the study sitting out there, not done, not analyzed, not reviewed by this body, not in-depth reviewed by you or your staff.
Okay, lots of conundrums we talk about today. Let me suggest this. Chief, you want to try, this chief over here, Supervisor Giome, you want to try a motion? Or you don't want to get involved in it? I mean, I think the motion, I think where we are on the five of us is, let's revisit this next year. If it's whenever the new SAFER grant comes up, whether it's earlier in the year or May, I think that's what's being said here.
Yeah, I think for me, the biggest part is, I think we could work through the financials. I think if we make a commitment to public safety, we could work through the financials. The bigger part to me is the public safety, or the fire department master plan that we've commissioned, and it seems like the timing of that would have been better to have had in January, when we could have analyzed it before applying. So that to me, that's really the tipping point. So I don't know that we need a motion, because the proposed motion was to approve submittal of the grant. I think the chief's got direction from us that probably wouldn't pass.
We have to resolve the issue here, so that motion, if you want to go down that road, would be the motion there would be to table it until next year.
Well, okay, I mean,
that's the formal motion.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole lot rolled into that, but I moved not to submit the Safer Grant application.
I'll second that and say that's really, unfortunately, the position we find ourselves in, and I commend you because I know it goes against your instincts. So I'll second it.
Would you, is there a second to that? There is, okay. Would you accept the motion? Would the seconder accept the motion that said not going to file it this year?
That's what my motion was.
I didn't hear that. I thought you said we're not going to file a safer grant. So if your motion was clearly
This year.
that you're going to do it this year?
Not do it this year. My motion was that we would not submit this year.
All right. There's a motion out there then. On the motion, discussions in order.
Yeah, my final comments on this are, we not only have an issue, Stacy just mentioned that he thinks that we can work through the economic side of this. I'm not sure that I agree with that, because not only do we have to worry about the hit that the city is going to take at the local level to our revenue sources, but the initial state budget numbers came out and they're estimating a 2.9 billion with a B deficit for the balance of this biennium, which is basically just 14 months. And I suspect that number may be low, and therefore I also suspect that the state's going to be knocking on the counties and cities' doors for additional revenue that we're also going to have to try to work through. And I think that that's actually going to put more pressure on our budget than our own local jurisdictional issues, because we've done a pretty good job of budgeting and saving money. The state pushdowns that we could see from this, especially not knowing when all this is going to end, I think is one of the largest risks that we're going to have to bear. And Chief, I would like to ask you to relay to the firefighters, if they would please bear with us. I think that we'll have this conversation again next year, and it'll be a very different conversation. Thank you.
And while you're talking to them, ask their lobbyists to come testify pretty hard that local government doesn't need to support the state government anymore. They can find their own money.
Understood.
Okay. They're not going to believe that, but make the argument anyway. All right. Anything else? Tell your troops, thanks for doing what you're doing. And, you know, I mentioned to you the other day that, you know, when we have a lot of people getting together and there's disturbances in the community, or when there's somebody who's got to be picked up by our paramedics or our EMS folks, that means they got to get close to somebody, and they have no idea who that somebody is or what that somebody's got. That's an uncomfortable position to put people in. I mean, it's, you know, they're actually, it's not being overly dramatic to say that every time they do that, they're putting their life on the line for everybody in this room and everybody in our community. So you tell them, you know, it's not a question of us not wanting to support. You guys have done a wonderful job. It's a question of we're all going to need to be figuring out how we're going to do this. And I would, you know, suggest that, you know, one of the things we did when the Great Recession hit, we kind of told the city manager and the staff, you know, you folks, guys, girls, women, you go in the back room or any room, we need you to find $10 million. You find it. Come back and tell us how you found it. If you need to ratchet it, you know, start at 5 million. If that's what we need, go up to 7, you know, whatever we need. But you come back and all of our people come back and say, this is what we think we ought to do. Rather than having a debate up here about what we think is the most important thing, I'd like you folks to come back up. And I think it does help if, you know, you're given a target number and then our staff says, this is how we think we're going to meet this. A lot easier to do. I mean, rather than, you know, just trying to eat a big apple at one time. All right. Dan, did I say something wrong?
I just wanted to bring to your attention, we do have a motion and a second on the floor right now if you wanted to call for a vote on that. Just a matter of procedure.
I was discussing.
Yeah. That's why I didn't jump in, Mayor.
motion, on the motion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Carried, unanimous. Thanks, Chief.
Sure, I just would like to, a final comment, I would say thank you. I appreciate all of the comments, and it is very clear that the support is there for the fire department. It is the fiscal considerations, which we truly understand. And on your comments, Mayor, I will pass those back on, and I'm proud to say you do have the best of the best when it comes to firefighters in this area.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Why don't we take a break for, can we do that? Let's take a break for 10 minutes. We'll be at recess for 10 minutes. Go back to 20. to go again? All right, we're going to bring the meeting of the Board of Supervisors back to order. We're on item number 20. This is discussion and possible action regarding a final appropriation for the Community Support Services CSSG funding for 2021. Johnny, you want to go?
Good morning, everyone.
Disclosure, Mayor.
Huh?
I have a disclosure.
Those disclosures and orders. Thanks, sorry. I got them here.
You want me to do them separately,
No,
Dan?
we need Dan.
Yeah, I think just for clarity of the record, that would be preferable.
NRS 281A 420 requires me to disclose a conflict of interest and abstain from voting when I have a disqualifying conflict in my private commitment. I serve as an unpaid board member for RSVP and for Advocates to End Domestic Violence, both of which are private nonprofit organizations. Both organizations have applied and are recommended for funding, although the recommended funding amounts under this item are submitted by the Application Review Work Group. Without my involvement, this board may choose to accept and or modify those recommendations because the judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be materially affected by my relationships. I will not be voting on this matter.
All right. Any other disclosures on 20 Alpha? I know we've got some on.
Possibly, Dan, I need to run this by you. I missed this when I reviewed the agenda. The Boys and Girls Club funding. So Andy is still the chair of the fundraising committee for the Boys and Girls Club. She does not have any ability to spend money, but she does the fundraising portion. So do I need to just disclose, or do I need to disclose and abstain?
That's a good question. I think your disclosure is sufficient on the record. I think in previous discussions with you on a related matter, or maybe the identical matter, my advice to you off the record, and I think you made the same disclosure, was that your judgment, your independence of judgment was not going to be materially affected by your relationship with Andy. And also because this matter involves an allocation by this board that she has no oversight over. If you don't feel that your independence of judgment is materially affected, I think that's fine for you to just disclose and not abstain from this.
Then I'll take a stab at a disclosure.
And Supervisor, I think the discussion of your disclosure right now is sufficient. I don't think you need to repeat that.
All right, so then I would just make a disclosure as discussed into the record. Thank you.
All right. All right, now you can go.
Okay,
Go.
good morning again. Meeting of Governance for the record, Grants Administrator, and we're here today to talk a little bit about the CSSG grant. This submission is to discuss, review, and approve the Community Support Services Funding and Quality of Life Initiative for fiscal year 2021, as recommended by the Application Review Work Group and the Partnership Carson City Executive Board, and subject to approval from the Carson City Board of Supervisors. Let's see, Carson City received 8 Community Support Services grant applications for the adult competitive category and 1 application for the youth competitive category. The total funding available is $391,000, $90,250 of those dollars to be awarded to the adult programs, $52,650 to be awarded for the youth programs, and $13,600 to be held in the youth competitive programs for fiscal year 2022. $114,500 to be awarded for the non-competitive programs for the 5th and final year, and $120,000 to be awarded to the Boys and Girls Club of Western Nevada. All projects meet CSSG program critical needs and are eligible for funding. And what I'd like to do now is go through each category and just state the agency and amount recommended. And if you have any questions, we can go through those as well. For the adult program category, the first agency is the Nevada Rural Counties RSVP, and the recommendation is $15,250. The second agency is Volunteer Attorneys for Rural Nevada, known as VARN, and the recommendation is $20,000. The third agency is St. Teresa of Avalon Conferences, St. Vincent de Paul Society, and the recommendation is $18,000. Next, we have Capital City Circles. the recommendation $9,000. Moving on, United Latino Community for $9,000. The Salvation Army, recommendation $9,000. ESL in-home program, recommendation $10,000. Kids and Horses, the recommendation, no funding at this time. That is the adult category. The next category is the non-competitive category, and it is that 5-year cycle. This is the last year of that 5-year cycle. The agency is Carson City Senior Center. The funding amount will be $13,000. Agency Fish, the amount will be $7,500. Agency CASA, the amount will be $25,000. Advocates to End Domestic Violence, the amount $9,000. Community Counseling Center, the amount $60,000. The next category will be the Quality of Life Fund, Agency Boys and Girls Club of Western Nevada, a funding amount $120,000. And last but not least, the category is Youth Programs, administered through Partnership Carson City. And we had one applicant, Ron Wood. The recommendation is $50,000. And then the agency, the Partnership Carson City agency, will receive or should receive 4% for administrative costs at $2,650. So that is the recommendation for CSSG and Quality of Life Fund. Any questions?
Questions? Supervisor Bonkowski.
Couple of questions. When did the application review work group transition from a citizens committee to more of an administrative committee?
We do have citizens from Carson City on the.
Right, but they're all retired government workers for the most part. I mean, we had a citizens work group that was an application process from members of the community, and we don't have that now. So my question is, when did that change? I wasn't aware of the change, so I'm just curious when that changed and what the thought process was for doing that.
So what I have done is reached out to community members and subject matter experts for the application review group. And so that was actually last year and then this year again.
And then on the administrative costs that are allocated to our, to the departments that are overseeing the grants, they're all allocated at the maximum amounts. Did we actually do an analysis to make sure that they actually have, that the allocation meets their actual cost? Because in the past, we've had reductions in the administrative cost that say goes to planning to oversee the programming because they didn't incur all of those costs, which freed up more money to go to the recipients.
I don't understand the question for this particular grant. We don't really have administrative costs except for Partnership Carson City.
Yeah, well, it'll be coming up in the next item, but I just want to make sure that we're looking at, when we're doing an allocation for a city department that is overseeing the administration of this programming, that we're actually looking at their cost and allocating, matching up the allocation to their actual costs and not just going with a formula that says you can have a maximum of 15% allocation for administration.
Yeah, that is for CDBG, the CDBG grant, and I believe that's on the next item.
Right, but my question is still, are we doing that?
They only charge the actual cost to the grant in the end. They might come up with an estimate to get for the application, but when it comes to the project, they'll only charge their actual costs.
Right, but that doesn't free up the money then to go to the recipients because it's already been allocated for the administrative purpose. In the past, Lee has been able to estimate what he thought the costs were going to be and reduce the amount at the time that we're approving it at our level, which then frees up more money to be awarded to the recipients. So again, I'm not criticizing the process. I just want to make sure that we're actually coming up with an estimate of costs and allocating as much money as possible to the recipients so the money goes where it's needed.
Lori.
So if I recall, though, last year, we actually did bill out at the 15%.
Yes.
And so I believe they actually did do the estimate this year, and based on last year's actuals, that were charged against that, because I already looked at, I pulled those numbers just to verify there wasn't any few thousand more we could allocate out. So they already met that 15% threshold.
Did for CDBG, we did meet
Right.
our 15% threshold. We do actually calculate that out, now that I understand your question. And then we can definitely go through that, if you'd like, on the next agenda item with CDBG. For CSSG, there are no administrative costs.
Right.
Yeah. so-
What I wanted to talk about a little bit on this particular item is, one, did all of the so let's see, Capital City Circles is a new one. All the rest are, right, because Networks we haven't done before. They've changed their program or something, if I'm reading this correctly.
Yes, they have changed their program, correct.
Have all the other ones complied with the quarterly reporting requirements, and did they meet the goals that that's missing in here? I can't see that the applicants have complied and met the prior goals that they established, so that we know that the program is successful and we should continue to fund it. So I'm going to have to rely upon you, who looked at them all, to assure me that compliance occurred, and that, did we see anybody not make their benchmarks?
No, actually, this year, I had the time to go through and do on-site reviews. So I was able to actually meet with all of the agencies in CSSG, review their financial and program documents, and actually meet with staff. And so on all the reviews, all compliances have been met. I do not have any issues with any of the nonprofits to date. If there was, we would have cleared that up before this meeting or their application.
Okay, and then in the future also, I'm sorry. Off. And in the future, when we describe the projects, I'd like to see a line that tells me what the critical item is that they're filling, they have to check on the box. Because I think, again, this is a public document, and while many of us up here are familiar with each and every program and what they do, I would like the public to understand what critical role they're fitting for us. What is the mission critical objective that this agency provides for the residents of Carson City? And then on the ones that are at the end of that first 5-year cycle, it's not that it's final year, it's that it comes back to us for review to determine whether they're going to remain in the automatic. And so when do you anticipate having something together for us as a team to look at that?
Originally, I believe we were going to have each agency do a presentation on their goals and objectives and how they've done over the past 5 years. Due to COVID-19, I'm not sure if we still want them to do that presentation or if we want to wait. And I was hoping this summer that we could have them come in one of the board meetings and do the presentation. At least that's what I've told each of the nonprofits. So we could either have a report done and submitted to the Board of Supervisors, or we could have the presentations as originally thought. So either way, that is I kind of want to wait and see. I'd rather have them do the presentation and have them come in and be able to explain their program, if possible.
Yeah, I think we have, we probably have at least 3 or 4 months before we would have to figure out where we're going for next year's
Yes.
allocations to know whether or not we're going to have the ongoing funding for them. So I would like to see, again, I think it's important that the public gets an understanding that says this is the number of clients they were able to serve, and these are the mission criticals. Because the other thing generally is whether we want to look through the application process and see if there's any different critical areas. Do we want to remove anything or add anything for the applicant pool to even be able to change? Have we hit the mark where we want to go and it's time to move in a different direction? So I think that's a discussion we need to have on the applications themselves. And so I would really appreciate that.
I couldn't agree with you more. As our city changes, as priorities change, I think we should definitely review what our critical needs are for these applicants.
And then if I can, Mr.
Go,
Mayor,
jump in there.
I really have one other comment that
Sure.
potentially I would like you to work with the Health Department, with Mary Jane Ostrander's group. There was some potential additional dollars that we had that we were looking to administer for an agenda item that we pulled off a prior meeting. I think as a board, we should discuss again, where is the delivery of service? Where's the right place to deliver service? Where is it the most efficient, most effective? And we may choose again to look at this program and expand some critical areas. And one of those, for example, I noticed in here that the Salvation Army received $9,000 for emergency housing and lodging, but they asked for $25,000. That was one of the very proposals we were looking at administering as the city to help people with rent. And so I would prefer to put it out into the local nonprofits who do this every single day, familiar with the clients. They don't have to hire additional staff to do it. It's already in place. So we may wish to come back and look at some of these as an opportunity to say, maybe we do want to fund the Salvation Army, the difference out of that other source of money. So I'd like to see a little coordination there if possible.
Not a problem.
Brad, jump in.
And so I'm just curious if maybe on the nonprofits that currently are exempt from the annual application, if rather than doing just a straight presentation, if it should be a combination of presentation to just, as Lori commented, to see what their success has been with their programming over the last few years, but also to make sure that it provides a review period for us to make sure that they're still meeting the parameters that we set out for them to be exempt from an annual application. So it has to be a service that the city is required to provide, but it's not cheaper, it is less expensive for a nonprofit to do that, and it can't be duplicative. The parameters that we've already set out for them to meet that, to make just a review period to make sure that that they're still meeting those parameters. So it would be a presentation to go over their programming and to show us what their success rates have been, and not just status quo, like we serviced 25 people 3 years ago and 25 people 2 years ago and 25 people last year. That to me is not a successful program because it's not growing, right? It's just status quo. And then to just wrap it up with, why are they still meeting the parameters that we set forth for them not to have to go to an annual application? And if they don't meet that, then they would be moved from that pool, the exempt pool, back into the annual application pool.
Okay.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, I just want to make sure I understand. So a presentation is what is our first choice?
Well,
Okay.
yeah, presentation is them coming and bragging. I don't know that that's necessarily helpful for us, because what we want is for them to come in and provide us information showing that they've done what they said they were going to do, and that their program is growing, and that they're being able to serve more people on a year-over-year basis, and that they still meet the parameters that qualify them to get out of the annual application, which is not a presentation to me. That's just giving us the information that we need to review that and approve it.
John, Supervisor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I recall that Supervisor Bagwell brought up circles as one that wasn't funded before. And we may recall here that they weren't funded, though they requested, I think, a year ago. And at that time, I made the point, and I don't disagree with Brad's point, Supervisor Bonkowski's point, that we need to see that these programs are working. I do question the validity of the idea that the main parameter is increasing the number of people served. As I pointed out a year ago or 2 years ago, when Circles wasn't funded, the rationale was given to me they didn't reach enough people. That's a sort of a one-on-one thing with help them with a hand up rather than a handout. And it pairs families with families, from families that volunteer with families that are indigent or have needs. And it's a great program. So I'm really glad it got funded this time. And I'd watch them carefully too, just as we try to watch all. But at the same time, the parameters of metrics measurement might be a little different for a program like that. Thank you.
Lori.
I want to say I agree with what John's saying, and Brad, it's not numbers in and of itself, but for a program such as Circles, the success would be measured that 6 months after completion of the program, the family is not receiving aid. I mean, there's some other benchmarks, if I'm trying to remember now, that we had put in. So there's some combination of items, because if you have, for instance, Fish with a dental program and it's $7,500 and your contract with the dentist is $100 per client, well, the number is fixed. There isn't going to be any more. But what is important is, are they actually servicing 750 adults with the dentist? Are they able to actually accommodate? And I'd even like to see, as time goes on, that that number could even be potentially reducing. Or do they have to come back and adjust the program to us to say, wow, it's not one tooth at the $100. These people really need 3 teeth pulled or worked on. So I really want the efficacy of the program as that program was intended to run. I think that might be what we're all after. Here's what you said you were going to do and why it was good to provide that service and what the actual goal is. So if it's to get them self-sustaining, that they're no longer receiving, federal assistance or state assistance, and they were successful to get a family off that, then to me, that's a success. And so I don't think you're going to have you're not going to get a one-stop answer of what success looks like, but we'll know it when we see it.
Any other questions? It's good to see that Circles gets funded. I'm no longer on the board. That must be why it's funded.
That's what it took. Huh?
Yeah, that's what it took. But anyway, it's a great program. Don't mean to belabor the point, but it's been going for a while. If you haven't been to a Circles graduation, go to one. You'll see what this program can do, and you'll see what humanity can do. It's really rather startling. It's good. All right. Anybody else? Motion's in order.
I move to approve the CSSG funding for fiscal year 2021 as recommended.
Second.
Motion and a second on the motion. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried. Okay, let's take up one abstention. I'm sorry, for one abstention. Thank you, Stacy. All right, let's take up 20 Bravo, excuse me.
I have another disclosure. Oh, look, it's a whole group of us. NRS 281A.420 requires me to disclose a conflict of interest and abstain from voting when I have a disqualifying conflict. In my private commitment, I serve as an unpaid board member for RSVP, a private nonprofit organization that has applied for and is recommended for funding. Additionally, I am employed by Nevada Health Centers, which is also recommended for funding. In these private commitments, I have fiduciary duties as a board member, and I also have a substantial and continuing business relationship with Nevada Health Centers as my employer. Although the recommended funding amounts under this item are submitted by the application review work group without my involvement, this board may choose to accept, deny, or modify those recommendations because the judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be materially affected by my relationships. I will not be voting on this matter.
Okay, any other disclosures?
Yes.
John?
Nevada Revised Statutes 281A.420 requires me to disclose a conflict of interest and abstain from participating when I have a disqualifying conflict. My spouse works for the Governor's Office of Economic Development, which oversees the state-administered CDBG program. My spouse exercises her employment duties with independence and without consultation with me, and my independence of judgment concerning any recommendations I make on this board for the allocation of the CDBG amounts, that's Community Development Block Grant amounts, is not materially affected by my marital relationship. I make this disclosure in the interest of transparency, but because the matter before me today is not affected by my relationship and is therefore not a disqualifying conflict, I will participate and vote on the matter.
Okay. Anybody else? All right, go.
Okay. This agenda item is to approve the Community Development Block Grant funding for fiscal year 2021 as recommended by the Application Review Work Group and subject to approval of the 2021 budget. Carson City received 6 eligible CDB applications this year. 4 of those were service program or local nonprofit applications. 1 facility improvement project and 1 planning project. The total amount requested of the 6 applications was $818,636. Of the $818,636 is without consideration of the 10% administrative fee that comes right to the Department of Finance. The amount received from CDBG for fiscal year 2021 is $492,582. Last year, we received $4,070, $532, and I just added that in as a comparison. A 6-person application review group reviewed, and scored the applications. Recommendations were established by the Application Review Work Group based on CDBG guidelines, Carson City priorities, and the total amount awarded. This year, the recommendation for the category of public service is Ron Wood, and they requested $35,000, and the recommendation based on their score is $20,000. RSVP, Veteran Services, requested $50,000, and the recommendation this year is $20,000. Nevada Health Centers requested $31,873, and the recommendation is the full amount, $31,873. ESL, the in-home program, requested $30,000, and the recommendation this year is no funding for that agency. For the public facilities improvement category, Carson City Public Works for the Colorado Street ADA Compliance Project requested $472,505, and the recommendation this year is $340,868. And then in the last category, which is the planning category, Fish requested $150,000, and due to CDBG caps, the amount for this category is $30,583, and that is what the recommendation is for funding.
Okay. Questions, concerns? Everybody okay? Motion's in order.
I move to approve the CDBG funding for fiscal 2021 as recommended.
There's a motion and a second by Supervisor Barrett on the motion. Discussion, hearing and seeing none. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Carried. Thank you very much. All right, let's take the next one. This is, pardon me? Yeah. Let me read it in the record here. This is 20 Charlie, discussion of possible action regarding the adoption of proposed resolution authorizing the expenditures of $377,400 in total funds for community support services, grants to nonprofit organizations and the Quality of Life Initiative for fiscal year 2021. I've got some disclosures here. Let's see, 20. Stacy, looks like you may be the only one on this one.
Okay, here we go. NRS 281A420 requires me to disclose a conflict of interest and abstain from voting when I have a disqualifying conflict. In my private commitment, I serve as an unpaid board member for RSVP and for Advocates to End Domestic Violence, both of which are private nonprofit organizations. Both organizations have applied and are recommended for funding in the proposed resolution under this item. In those private commitments, I have a fiduciary duty as a board member, and although the recommended funding amounts under this item are submitted by the Application Review Work Group without my involvement, this board may choose to accept, deny, or modify those recommendations. because the judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be materially affected by my relationships, I will not be voting on this matter.
Yeah, go, Supervisor Pankowski.
I would like to enter into the record the identical disclosure that I read or entered on item 20A regarding the allocation to the Boys and Girls Club and the, my partner, Andy Wilson, being the fundraising chair for the Boys and Girls Club. That does not impact my ability to make an independent decision on this, and I will participate and vote on this matter.
Okay. All right, ready?
Okay.
Go.
This resolution will authorize the expenditure of $377,400 in total funds for CSSG and for the Quality of Life Initiative for fiscal year 2021. The CSSG program will award $271,100 from the general fund to nonprofit organizations that address a critical need in Carson City. 5 programs have been approved by the Board of Supervisors to be automatically funded every year for the total of $114,500. The amount of $90,250 in funding is available through a competitive grant process for adult programs, and $66,250 is available through a competitive grant process for youth programs. Despite advertising by both Carson City and Partnership Carson City, youth programs only received 1 application this year. In order to retain the competitive nature of these grants and the recommendation is to place the remaining $13,600 back into the general fund for fiscal year 2022 youth programs. In addition, $120,000 will be awarded to the Boys and Girls Club of Western Nevada for the Quality of Life Initiative.
All right. We've been through this before. This is a motion on the resolution.
I'll do it.
Somebody want to make it? Supervisor Bagwell.
I move to adopt resolution number 2020 R10.
There's a motion and a second on the motion. Discussion. Hearing and seeing none. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried. Okay. That was 3, 1 abstention by Stacy and Brad. You were? I participated. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's go to 20 Delta. We'll open up the hearing on the intention of the Board of Supervisors to act on a proposed resolution authorizing the issuance of Carson City, Nevada lease revenue refunding bonds. This is for Tahoe Regional Planning, the TRPA Agency Projects Series 2028 tax exempt and 2020B taxable in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $8,600 to finance the cost of acquiring, constructing, and equipping an office for the benefit of the TRPA. For those who are wondering what we're doing with the TRPA, similar to what we've done with the hospital, we're kind of acting as a conduit so they get a little better interest rate on the money they're borrowing. So that's what the TRPA folks, their board came to us and asked if we could do the same thing for them that we've done for the hospitals. There is no liability to the city. It doesn't mean there's no money coming out of the city pocket. It's just straight up the ability to help TRPA get a loan on what they want to do, what they consider favorable terms. So that's what's going on here. Did I say that right, Sherry?
You did. You nailed it. TRPA has agreed to pay for any city costs for us to do this. And Chris Kyler should be on the WebEx. He was going to lead the discussion on this if you want to do that now, or we can do it on the resolution.
What's he going to do?
He's going to go into a little detail on what they're going to
Okay,
use the
let's
money
have it do it
for.
now.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Are you there, Chris?
Can you hear?
Can you speak up a little bit more?
Am I coming
Last night,
through
there was
okay?
a discussion about spending money and things like that. It's quite a coup to Carson, not a coup, but it's a nice feather in our cap to have another agency come to us because we have a better bond, we have a better rating, and we have better ability to borrow funds. That says a lot about the fiscal responsibility of this board. I don't mind saying it like that either. Okay, go. All right.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now? Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you. For the record, Chris Kyler, Finance Director for the Tower Regional Planning Agency. I'd like to thank City for its continued support to TRPA and for helping us with this transaction. Carson City, of course, is a participant in TRPA. You control one of our board seats, and former Supervisor Shelley Adelson has been a great addition to our board. TRPA itself does not have the authority to issue debt, so we require a conduit issuer, and we appreciate Carson City being willing to do that. In 2007, TRPA purchased the office building. It was an already existing building. We used 30-year bonds that were issued through the Nevada Division of Business and Industry. The annual debt service on those bonds runs about $900,000 a year, which is a significant impact to a relatively small agency like TRPA. So the purpose of this transaction is to refinance those bonds to make the debt payments more affordable. And there are some other advantages I'll get to in just a minute. We do have an agreement in place now with Heritage Bank. We just finalized the terms of that this week, so it wasn't ready in time for noticing for this meeting or for the TRPA board meeting, April 22nd. The TRPA governing board did approve the outline of the deal and delegated the authority to finalize it. This proposal aids the agency in several ways. First of all, it reduces our annual debt service from $900,000 to $550,000 a year. It saves the agency about $780,000 a year overall, on a present value basis. It frees up $900,000 worth of security deposits we had to secure the prior loans, and it gives us about $500,000 to fix up the building and do some long-term building repairs. Our building is over 40 years old now. Other key terms of the agreement, it's 25 years worth of debt. The interest rate on the tax-free portion of it is 4%. There's a smaller non-tax exempt portion that's at 3.65%, but that's due to the much shorter term on that. We require both taxable and non-taxable because the agency only occupies about 2/3 of the building and the rest of the building is leased out. If you approve this transaction, we will go ahead and we'll try to close the third week of June. As the conduit issuer, Carson City does not have any liability on here. It's all structured around a lease buyback arrangement between the city so that we can move the money around. But TRPA will have the full burden of paying off the debt, and there's no liability to the city. I believe both bond counsel, Sherman Howard, and a registered financial advisor are on the line if you have any other questions. But by all means, if you have any questions, let me know.
I think we know what's going on, unless there's questions of TRPA. I think we know what's going on.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, this is Ryan Henry from Sherman Howard, bond counsel to the city.
Hang on a minute, Ryan. All of a sudden I heard, holy smokes, where's that coming from, the wall? All right, Ryan, go ahead. Go.
Thank you. Just for the record, I'd just like to reiterate what the mayor said with the following item. For this financing, the city is a conduit issuer with no financial responsibility to repay the bonds. Under state law, the bonds are special obligations payable solely out of the revenues that the city receives from TRPA, and there's no recourse against the city financially, even in a non-payment situation. As Chris mentioned, the property is owned and managed by TRPA, and the city's not involved in the operations, maintenance, or lease of the building. And as Sherry mentioned, TRPA will be paying all fees associated with this transaction. One thing I would ask, Mr. Mayor, is that if you could take public comment and close the public hearing before you move on to consideration of the resolution, that would be great in accordance with state law. So I really appreciate your help.
We're going to do that. We're on the public hearing now. Anything else to come before us on the public hearing? It's hard. Dan, do you want to help me with this one? I don't, do we have people who are out there who want to participate in the public hearing? Do we know?
I'm going to have to ask, our tech support here if we have anyone online right now for this matter. But, I'll just reiterate once again, and this is also based on a conversation I've had with our bond counsel in the past. We have the two required public comment periods under the open meeting law requirement. So that's at the beginning and then also before adjournment. Of course, I'll certainly defer to Ryan as our bond counsel if he says that it's preferable and ideal here in accordance with state law to open up public comment once again under this specific item. So I guess, again, what I'll do is I'll defer over to our IT support folks here and maybe just give it 2 or 3 minutes, an appropriate amount of time for people to call in if they want to do so.
All right, let's try it. IT, you got what's going on here?
Mr. Mayor, there is no public comment.
There is no comment. Okay. We've had public comment at the beginning. We'll have it at the end as well. All right. Anything else on this issue from the board? All right, motion's in order. Oh, I got to close it. Well, yeah. Good point.
And Mayor, do you want to give that maybe a minute or so? I know it's a little bit of an awkward silence, but just in case somebody is trying to dial in at this time.
You want to give more than that? I mean, we're moving along. Do we need more time than that?
I held my breath there. I'm thinking that's maybe sufficient time.
All right. All right.
I'll suspend my view that government sometimes moves too quickly and sometimes moves too slowly, and go right ahead, Mayor.
All right. We're going to close the public hearing on this issue with respect to acting as a conduit for refinancing some loan issuances for the TRPA. Okay. Motion's in order. We got to go to 20 Echo. Okay. Let's take up 20 Echo then. This is discussion and possible action regarding a proposed resolution authorizing the issuance of Carson City, Nevada lease revenue refunding bonds. This is the actual document that accomplishes the public hearing that we just had and closed. Anything else you want to add? Anybody? Sherman and Howard, anything? All right, now we'll take a motion on 20 Echo.
I'll do it. Okay. I move to adopt resolution number 2020 R11.
There's a motion and multiple seconds on the motion with multiple seconds. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Carried. Okay, let's now take up item 20 Foxtrot. This is discussion and possible action to introduce on first reading an ordinance authorizing the issuance by Carson City of a general obligation limited tax medium-term refunding bond, Series 2020A, in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $7,740,000. Sherry, how much money are we going to save if we do this?
We're hopeful that we'll save about $250,000. The whole intent of this is to reduce the interest and not prolong the debt. So we're not changing the length of the debt, we're just decreasing the interest. There are 5 different issues that we are looking at refunding. 4 of them are from our utility funds, and then the one is the brick building. I have to apologize. I'm sorry.
We're going to have 4 more after this one then?
No, this one encompasses
We'll take care
all of
it?
those.
Okay, got it.
This one refunding. I have to apologize on the ordinance, just on what I put in Granicus, I added the resolution number, not the bill number. I thought I was being smart, but when we published it, we did publish it correctly in the paper. It just, the bill number is incorrect, and we will get it correct before it's signed.
You okay with that, Dan?
I'm on 20F.
Huh?
So, yeah, so the bill number R 2020-9 is incorrect.
That's the resolution number. So
Right.
that's my fault. I thought I
Okay.
was being smart. It was late one night I was working.
So but it was published correctly.
It was published correctly with no number.
Okay.
Yeah.
The resolution number is read 2020
Resolution number is
R11.
right, but this is the bill. So, yeah, it's the wrong
All right.
number, yeah.
All right,
And I have John Henry, John.
I was going to ask
And
about his
John from
acts.
J&A and Ryan from Sherman Howard on the line, if you
All
have
right.
any questions.
Why don't you talk to us, Sherman and Howard, about whether this is the right thing to do? We get a decent interest rate. When are we going to go out to the market on this stuff? Just talk to us a little bit about that.
Mr. Mayor, this is Ryan Henry from Sherman and Howard for the record. As far as the financial implications, I would defer to the city's municipal advisor, John Peterson, who's also on the line here that can talk about his expectations.
John, time to weigh in.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the record, John Peterson with J&A Consulting. In terms of the timing, at this point, we have sent out a bid packet for this refunding bond. We are anticipating the bids will be back on Wednesday of next week. So a little bit over, right about 6 days left on that. we're expecting pretty good rates. In terms of the rates that are in your presentation materials, we went out initially with an estimate of 1.6%. Based on some recent results for some other transactions that we've done in our office, I expect that we will meet that or exceed that 1.6%. And any time that we, have a lower interest rate than what we're estimating, obviously that means that the rates are, or the savings are going to go up, which is always a good thing. And really want to thank Sherry and Ryan for their patience with me. As Sherry explained, we're taking 5 old bonds and putting it into one, which is a little bit complex, but I think from the perspective of efficiency for the city is the best option to do. And so assuming we get our bids back on Wednesday, that they're satisfactory, we would come back to the Board of Supervisors in 2 weeks for approval, and that this bond would close and, have all that taken care of the first full week of June.
Very good. All right, any questions of Mr. Peterson? Any questions? These are smart things to do. I mean, it's a terrible thing what we're going through with this COVID-19 environment, but sometimes there's a silver lining, and that may be the silver lining is the reduction in debt, interest rates. Brad, sorry.
And just for the record, Sherry and I had a conversation because I thought I remembered something in the installment agreement on the brick about prepayment. So Sherry went back and looked at it, and we were prohibited from paying that agreement off for the first 7 years, and the 7 years has just concluded. And so that's why we're able to yeah, but what's interesting about that, and the reason that I'm putting this on the record is because of the idea of historic knowledge. It's really important that that members of the board and the staff, that we have the ability to be able to go back and have a remembrance of some of these items so that we don't get ourselves into trouble on these agreements. So thank you, Sherry, for going back and checking for that.
Absolutely. Can I real quick thank John Peterson, because when I got that question, I was actually homesick and I did not have the document in front of me. So I reached out to our consultant, John Peterson, and he was amazing and got right back to me with that answer. So
thank you, John.
Yeah. I want to give credit where
credit's due. And that wasn't COVID-19 that you were sick with?
No.
All right, got it. Okay. Other questions, concerns? All right, we're ready for a motion. Let's take a motion on this one.
I move to introduce on first reading Bill number 105.
There's a motion and a second on the motion. Discussion. Hearing and seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Carried. That's unanimous. Okay, let's take up item number 21. This is discussion and possible action regarding directives and recommendations concerning Carson City departmental staff and functions. This is kind of a standing item. We've got.
Sorry.
Oh, wait a
my
minute, I gotta go
capital.
back. Yeah, I gotta go back.
Sorry.
20G, sorry. I apologize, folks. We killed a lot of trees on this one. Discussion and possible, 20 golf, discussion and possible action on proposed Carson City Capital Improvement Program for fiscal years 2021 and 2025. Sherry, you want to take us through this one?
Yes, I'm going to try to figure out how to move this presentation. That'd be great. Thank you, Stacy. I really appreciate that. Thank you. So for the record, I'm Sherry Russell, Chief Financial Officer. Done. We typically bring this capital item along with the tentative budget. No, you can leave it where it was for a second. We typically bring this item along with the tentative budget at the same time. However, this year, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, we needed direction from this board on how much money we could spend on capital. And I really appreciate you guys giving us that direction last meeting. The only thing that we transferred from the general fund per this board's direction is the landfill amount that is agreed upon. It's $1.866 million. And we transferred $693,000 to the extraordinary maintenance fund. Those are the only two items that came from the general fund. Okay, Stacy, you can move it now. Thank you. So this is the Capital Projects Fund. This is a 10,000-foot view, and it shows the landfill amount as revenue coming in from the general fund. The property tax, the 5 cent, we actually get about 700,000 in that fund. The difference between the property tax and that 365 there is the debt service payment. So that's the amount available for capital spending is the 365. And that 5 cents is restricted by NRS. It has to be spent on capital. There is a balance forward of 470,000. And I want to thank the directors. 170,000 of that was released from capital projects they didn't think they were going to be able to complete in 2020. So they moved it to be available in 21 to help with the capital program in 21. Primarily the juvenile rec yard. We put 180,000 aside for that, I think, in 2019. And every time they go out to bid, the money, the bids are so high they can't afford it. So they've said, forget it. They're doing a master plan on that whole facility, and they'll come back later with an item. We had savings in the break fix. So I was able to move 300,000 of the break fix to 21 to help with the capital program as well. So that's money that's already in 210. And then there's a little bit of interest earnings. So what I've scheduled for expenses, the total is 2,700,000. Only about 865 of that is for citywide facilities and capital. The rest, the 1.8 million, is for landfill. Next page. Thank you, Stacy. Thank you. Should I call you Vanna, or is Stacy good? Vanna. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So as always, I have a list here of assets that we're looking at. You'll notice they're mostly health and safety type assets. The break fix for all of 2021 is only 217,000, which is a little short of what I like. I like it to be about 250 to 300,000, but we all took cuts, so I did reduce the break fix a little bit. And I just told the directors I was going to be very stingy this year, hoping to have a little more savings to roll into next year for that break fix. The phone system upgrade, that's the largest on this page, $300,000. It's our understanding that is on its last leg. There's no support or hardware available as of October 2020 for our current system. If you have more information, I think Eric should be on the line if you have any questions, but that was just something we had to fund. And again, I want to thank Juvenile because that helped fund that.
Sherry, is that citywide a phone system?
That is our citywide phone system, yes. Okay. And then there's the asset management program. Initially, that was about $500,000, but Public Works went with the system that was a lower cost, but could still achieve the goals. And it's actually about $115,000. They're paying for some of it out of the utility funds because, of course, water and sewer will have assets that will be encapsulated under that system. Will tracked under that system.
And Sherry, to clarify, that's the software platform that will manage the asset management program. So that's it's work orders, it's inventory, it's current condition.
Yes. So it's the pipes and everything for the sewer and water is going to be part of that system.
Right. So in order to do that, we have to take our existing platform and new modules have to be written for it in order for it to expand and cover everything that we need. So the money that would be spent would be for those additional modules and upgrading the
Sounds
platform.
like you know more about it than I do, yes.
Been in a few meetings.
Darren should be on the line, though, if there's any other questions.
I do have a question. Does this complete the programming tasks that we will need for implementation, or will there be further packages we need to accommodate?
Darren, are you available?
Yeah, this is Darren Schultz, Public Works Director. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Very good. Yes, Supervisor Bagwell, this is one of the last, or not, one of the near to the last steps that we have to take. It's by far one of the bigger costs that we had remaining to do. There was, I believe, 2 or 3 other minor steps that would cost additional money that we still have in our program, but nothing that we were planning to bring forward this year.
Okay, because I'm just interested again in bringing this one to fruition and knowing that, does this get us like 90% of the way? And then we just have a couple of minor things to finish? Other than the work itself of getting all the inventory finished.
I understand it's a very fair question. We will be before the board in 2 weeks with a presentation of this very item.
Okay.
And we will include with that discussion kind of what next steps are and what they may cost.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions for Sherry? We ready for a motion?
Oh, no, I have a presentation.
You go.
If you don't want to hear it, that's okay.
Go.
I'm sorry. Okay. So this second page is the total that we're paying from the 210 fund, and then you can see the total citywide is 865, and then landfill is separated out at 186 for their equipment, or 1.8. And there's nothing huge on that page. I really tried to give each department their most critical item that we could afford was my thought process during this reduction. I mean, we went from $6 million in capital down to less than $1 million. So it was a challenge, and I really, really have to thank all the directors for willingly giving up things that they said they really needed earlier in order to accommodate the crisis, so.
Go, let's go.
So I just, again, for the record and for clarity of the public that is listening, because I've received a whole bunch of comments, obviously over the last few weeks of, why did you buy this? Or why do you do that? Or why don't you just stop this project and save that money or put it in this other critical area? And what's important is for people to truly understand, we have statutory responsibilities, and the law dictates a lot of our expenditures. It's not that we can just take this money and go put it somewhere else. And so I just want to put that on the record. It does take a long time, and it's hard for the general public to understand all these different funding sources, and this one can be spent this way, and this one can be that way. So I just wanted to say we have a 5-cent property tax rate that is dedicated to capital. We cannot take that money, and for instance, we could not have used that $365,000 to be our match for the firefighter program earlier today. So I just think it's important that we put that on the record so people understand our decision, not that we're just, oh, you're buying equipment. Don't do that. And it's like, we have to. That's what this law is all about. That's what your property tax is committed to. So
Yeah,
thank
you're
you.
absolutely correct.
Okay, Stacy?
Yeah, Lori brings up a good point, and I appreciate her mentioning that, but we could, if we wanted to, take the landfill expenditure and transfer that 5-cent property tax rate to the landfill expenditure and free up that 365,114 as a general fund item. So that's something we could do. That makes sense what I said? I mean, that, we would be paying for, capital out of the 5 cents. It would just be capital that's designated for the landfill, because that's a board designation. The 1866345 is a board designation. It's not a legal designation. So, well, the post-closure component of it, yes, but that's not capital necessarily. Or maybe it is considered capital, I don't know. Anyway, the board could do that, and that 365 could be, held in abeyance until we see what's going on, in terms of income.
I see 129,711 for sure.
Yeah,
That we
that's
could do that.
unclassified.
That,
Yeah.
just what Stacy's saying, there's 129,711 is some, I don't want to call it wiggle, but
Well, you
Yes.
could, the 400,000, you could, Well, that's too much, but a portion of that 400 you could. Because it's
Well, you
of the
just
reconstruction.
take it all if
you
you're
know.
not going to do it, right?
I mean, the landfill's agreement from the general fund,
Is 10%
money
of their
that comes over, because anything they earn in the general fund over and above.
I
you
realize
know,
what it's coming from. All I'm saying is
yeah.
that if we wanted to free up the 365,114 from the 5 cent of debt service, because we're required to spend 5 cents of debt service, right? That 5 cents. The 365,114 is what's remaining after paying debt service on capital expenditures, correct?
Yeah,
So of the 1.866345 that we're transferring from the general fund, that could be used, the 365,114 could be used instead of 365,114,000 of general fund money.
it could. We could reduce the transfer from the general fund.
That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah. But again, the phone system might fail, and then how do we pay for that? Like, that's the biggest $300,000 expense that I needed
Right.
to cover. So I was kind of finding myself in a catch-22 when I was trying to reduce this stuff, because
I'm
if
not
the phone
advocating,
system fails,
you
we
know,
don't have any, the brick
given the
fixed to
300,000
do
that we have to
anything.
spend on that, I'm not advocating, I'm just pointing out
Yeah.
that is an option for us.
It is.
As we move forward on some of these things in the future, you know.
It is.
I'll just go back to turning letters now.
No, I'm sorry. And I want to point out, IT did the best they could to reduce that $300,000 cost. Apparently, they got quotes of $700,000 to $1 million to fix our citywide phone system. And so that $300,000, again, was the smallest amount that did everything we needed it to do. So,
They have an actual quote?
yeah,
that-
as
that
far
will-
as I know,
mean,
yes.
Because it isn't going to do us any good to allocate 300,000 and then the lowest quote's 500,000, because
No,
then you
they
could
got
still
actual
take the
quotes.
undesignated in the landfill, because it is, that we just had a board policy of 10% that we would move, and so that's what the 129,711 keeps it at the 10%, but I just want to,
Well, the post-closure costs are 186,634.
right?
Yeah, so they're in there too. The 129 is completely undesignated right now.
Right, but I'm just saying, we could, if we needed to, slightly reduce our 10%. We could use that 129,711 if we had to in a phone system if the bid came in too high.
We could,
So,
we could, and then pay landfill back later, yeah.
right. Or not. We can take a different
That's true.
policy reduction.
That's true, that's a board
Correct.
decision, so yeah.
I guess that's all.
Yes, that's what he's,
That's the point I was trying to make. It's
Yeah.
a
policy.
policy decision. It's not,
Not a
it's
statute.
not a statutory
Not a
requirement.
statutory, right, it's a policy.
So I don't want to mislead people that it is.
right.
And then the next,
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, do we have more questions?
Hang on a second, Sherry. Stacy, you done?
Yeah, and I just wanted to add my 2 cents to that, you know, at the last meeting, I thought that we had given direction that until we have actual hard data to look at, that we were just going to leave the budget alone where we now have it. And so it's nice to know where we can pull money from, but I would definitely not be in favor of making decisions today when we have no idea what we actually need to do.
No, I totally agree with you. And I think, I mean, I think we need to make a decision today on this as to whether we just park the money or let them go forward with these projects as well. I mean, to me, that's a decision-making point that we have to make today, because we've already made that decision on the current fiscal year's capital to hold it, right, until we get reports. And today, I guess we have to consider whether we're going to give that same direction with these items. Certainly, it sounds like we probably have to do it with the phone system, but, you know.
We discussed the landfill at the last meeting too, and the consensus was that that's a profit center for the city.
Yeah.
It's actually a considerable profit center.
It is.
So reinvestment is critical there. So again, I wouldn't be supportive of not moving forward with any capital improvement projects at the landfill when it's creating
I agree.
a lot of revenue for the city.
In fact, relative to that, I was going to bring up when we're having we are talking about budgetary issues, and maybe we are approaching a point where we ought to be considering opening the landfill again on Sunday, excuse me, to increase that revenue. I mean,
Yeah, we have talked about that. Darren's having a hard time with employees right now, but he's definitely looking at getting employees in and opening that up.
It seems
On
like
Sunday.
we might have employees who might have some time.
We have some part-time. Yeah, he's working on that. Yeah.
Explain that a little more to me, please.
We've had some landfill workers quit recently, and he only has, a limited amount of landfill workers. So he's working with Marathon and trying to get some bodies in there so that we can continue that operation, obviously.
All right. All right. Stacy, your light's still on? You want to? No. Good. All right.
So. So on the 210 fund, do we want to move on or more questions? Okay. The last thing I wanted to mention on the 210 fund on the next slide, I'm sorry, I'm making you manage stuff again, is this is a list of fleet that we're paying for. Most of it is out of special revenue funds, which are all restricted and we'll talk about in a few minutes. The top 3 vehicles, 2 are landfill, and there's 1 vehicle for Parks. Parks has the oldest fleet in the system. This vehicle is 25 years old. So we afforded to buy her a new dump truck. That's the only one coming out of the 210 fund.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Sorry, not 210, next one, sorry.
Okay. The senior center fund, we have a little capital coming out of there. She had requested it initially out of the 210 fund, but they had some undesignated money. So we had a discussion with Courtney Warner, and she agreed we could pay for it out of the senior center as opposed to 210. These 3 refrigeration units are, I believe she asked for replacement last year, and this year she said they're going to fail any day, so she really needs those units. In the transit fund, this is restricted for federal grants. The transit fund is funded by FTA dollars, and in that every year for the last couple of years, they've had some vehicles that they've been allowed to purchase. This year, they requested 2 vehicles as part of their FTA grant and some bus stop, and so they're both in there. But they're, I believe, 80 or 85% funded from FTA, and the match is already part of the transfer out of the general fund.
So is that, am I reading that they're buying 2 buses for $330,000?
That is correct. They're about $165,000
Wow,
each.
that's much less expensive than I thought.
Yeah.
Just for the record, yeah, they're shorter buses than, yeah, it's a short bus. It's not the short bus, it's a medium short bus.
In the next fund, the Regional Transportation Fund, these are from gas taxes, so they are restricted by NRS. They have to be spent on streets and roads and highways. So we have a certain amount of taxes after operations that are available for capital. And these are the projects that they're planning on doing. They do have a little undesignated amount, and that will be determined what they're going to spend that on as we move forward. If projects are a little more than they think or less, then they can determine what they want to spend that on a little later.
And
Go.
this one, I actually think the discussion is these taxes are sales tax and gas taxes. So these ones are not necessarily, are we going to get $1,769,000? So I want to leave it to staff with the right discretion, but in our monthly reports, certainly we're not going to be able to hit the ground running and just do these starting July because we don't really know where the gas tax and sales tax is going to land. So do we have priorities within this section, Darren? Or how you see this being implemented?
Yes, Darren Schultz, for the record, Public Works Director. We're, this is July 1. We have a lot of work in front of us in terms of scoping and design of these projects long before we're ready to put them out on the street and bid them. So we'll have a good feel of where revenue is coming in terms of gas tax before we would move forward. And we do have a priority of those that we need to do, especially because we're going to be doing other utility projects in the area. Obviously, we would want to fund those first. So yeah, there is a mechanism to make sure we're doing it in the right order.
Okay, yeah, this is, like I said, I hope our estimate here is correct, but thank you.
Stacy?
Darren, what is the college and research project?
College and research, that intersection there, we're looking to improve some of the turning movements. As you very well know, at certain times of the day that really backs up. And so we were looking for opportunities to, try and change one of the corners. We were going to try and broaden the sweep to allow people to make free rights, that type of thing. That's about as in depth that I'm familiar with it.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, Sherry? Anybody?
Okay, I will move on. Oh,
Sherry, I was going to tell you, go back to that slide. The name of the Kings Canyon Flap, I think that's a pretty good name because it's a big flap up there.
I believe that's the name of the grant, actually, the flap
Oh.
grant.
Go.
That's cute still.
So, yeah. The street maintenance fund, this actually does more maintenance, so there's a lot more operations costs, but it's also funded by gas taxes. So there's, they're restricted money as well. And so they've got some vehicles and equipment and signals that they want to replace in this fund. And I did decrease both gas taxes and sales taxes for '21. So again, hopefully I decreased it by enough. If we didn't, I think every director understands that this is unprecedented times and we're pretty much slow rolling everything. Obviously the South Carson Street project, we're going full bore because we have all the money for that. It's grant funded. If we stop that, we could lose the grant. And then, it kind of all falls apart. So, anything new, I think everybody understands that we're in unprecedented times. So, the next fund is the Quality of Life Fund. And this was restricted by the voters back in 1984, I think, so it was a very long time ago. So the Parks Capital and Open Space, this is available spending from that sales tax that is restricted. And the projects that are listed here were Jen's first priorities, the Director of Parks and Rec Director's priorities. There is undesignated of 143,300, which seems high. However, there is a list that we'll go through in the very back of the presentation that shows the initial requests. And her initial requests for this Quality of Life Fund were over $1 million. So she's got lots of things out there that need to be funded. She's just not sure what is the major priority other than these things. So once she determines her priority for that 143, she'll adjust that. And I don't know if Jen's on the line, if she's already determined that or not.
Well, and this is the same boat. If that 143 ends up being there.
Right.
143 may not be there, but you also
Right.
reduced this.
Yes.
When you reduced everything else, so.
Yes, all sales taxes and gas taxes.
So are you I'm sorry.
Go.
Are you suggesting that the Director of Parks and Recreation is going to determine the undesignated, not the Parks and Rec Commission nor the board?
Oh, I'm sure she would go to the board and
okay.
and everybody
I'm
first.
sorry,
Yeah.
I thought
She
you
just
meant
wasn't
she was-
sure what
she's not ready
what
to
of
give us
that
the
one-
answer yet.
Right.
Okay.
She wasn't ready. Yeah.
Sherry, I'm happy to jump in if you'd like.
Great.
Hi, this is Jennifer Budge, Parks and Recreation Director. The items on your list in front of you were the top priorities. This is the same list that was reviewed by the Open Space Advisory Committee and the Parks and Recreation Commission. So they already reflect those two boards' priorities. The Mills Park Maintenance Shop, we don't have a hard quote on that. We base that estimate based on the previous shop at Fuji Park, but knowing that it's several years after that one was done, we're not sure where those numbers will come in. So part of that undesignated, if that project would go over, would likely go toward that project And then based on what's available, we can go back and reevaluate what money, if there is money available, on the list of projects that were already recommended by those boards.
Okay.
Okay. The next is the Extraordinary Maintenance Fund. Again, as I mentioned before, we only transferred $693,000 from the general fund. However, we had the Fire Station 53 wall repair, and we actually saved $68,000 on that project. So it's done, it's complete. So we were able to move that money into 21 to give the Extraordinary Maintenance Fund a little extra money in 21. That's why it's $761,000 available funding. And then the projects here were recommended by Darren and Ron Reed as the most critical projects. And I have to agree, I mean, if the elevator, if they don't license our elevator and we have to fix that, that's coming out of break fix. And we don't have a lot in break fix. Generator replacement, again, if something fails, that has to come out of break fix. So these are items I kind of agree they are critical and they meet the needs of the Extraordinary Maintenance Fund. Again, that fund is restricted by NRS. Once we transfer the money in, we have to spend it on facilities. It's really any capital with a life longer than 5 years, but it does have a focus on facilities.
Good.
Go, jump in, I'm sorry.
A question either for Sherry or for Darren. So these items, the elevator upgrades, the generator replacement, the fire station roll-up door, coming out of the Extraordinary Maintenance Fund, is that having an impact on the maintenance items that would come out of that fund that are scheduled through the asset management program? So are we able to do both sides of the equation concurrently, or are we at a point to where we're diverting some maintenance money over to the capital side because of the critical nature of these items?
Good question.
This is Darren Schultz, Public Works Director. Yeah, so if I understand your question correctly, the more of these type of projects that we're doing, it's allowing us to spend less time. I know specifically the roof project that's at the library, and we're up on that roof every month in the winter months in terms of trying to do little fixes and repairs. So by actually going in and fixing it, that's going to allow us to not have to spend maintenance line item dollars to fix that asset, and we can use that in other places.
Darren, my question is more that we have other maintenance items that would be built into the asset management program for scheduled maintenance. Is that funding coming out of the Extraordinary Maintenance Fund, or is it coming out of department funds at this point?
At this point, it would be funded out of Extraordinary Maintenance.
Right. So if that's the case, then are we impacting our ability to do regularly scheduled maintenance because of the capital projects that are listed here?
No.
Okay.
We're still doing the regular scheduled maintenance.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, regularly scheduled maintenance is actually part of the various budgets of the city. This extraordinary one is for capital needs, and it has to be a capital need over 5 years, and there's specific requirements in the NRS.
So relative to this then, and when we get the asset management program on board, would these projects prioritize out? In relationship to their asset evaluation? I'm not sure that was in English, but I think you know what I mean.
It made
Darren.
sense, actually. That's pretty good. I got that.
Darren?
Yeah, Darren Schultz for the record. The idea is that program, once we were able to put everything into there, and everything is assigned risk, and then we start looking every year as to what is appropriate to fix this year, and it will it will kind of prioritize those requests for us so that we, it's very clear we'll be able to weigh, fixing the elevator over at the courthouse, the judicial complex, and weigh that with, a leaky roof somewhere else. And that program, that software with all of that built in, that's gonna really help us line those projects out. So we're doing the right ones first.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I wanted to get at. So in future years, once the software is in place, the evaluations are done, then that will drive this extraordinary maintenance prioritization.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay. The next fund is the Residential Construction Fund. Initially, if you remember, which you probably don't, but 2 weeks ago in the budget, there was only $35,000 available in this fund. What we did is we took the undesignated in fiscal year 20 and rolled some of it into fiscal year 21 to make $165,000 available for the Ross Gold tennis court. There is, I think, another $323,000 still in undesignated for fiscal year 20 that will end up rolling forward into 21. However, I think Jen has a plan together for that. I'm sorry, the Parks and Recs director has a plan together for that undesignated money and how she plans to spend it. The residential construction tax fund is again restricted by NRS. It can only be spent on small parks, so we couldn't spend it on Mills Park. It has to be spent on like residential parks. So it's very restrictive. Jen, did you want to talk about the plan?
Sure, thanks, Sherry. I'd be happy to. Jennifer Butch, Parks and Recreation Director. We do have a plan for the residential construction tax. Right now, we have 2 playgrounds in design, John Mankins Park and Ronald D. Wilson Park. Both parks are under 25 acres, so they're locations that are eligible for residential construction tax improvements. And once those are complete, we're looking at going to bid within the next month for those and taking those back to the board for award, utilizing some of that residential construction tax. We also have some leftover money from previous years' capital improvement project funding that'll go with that to get those safety improvements done at the playgrounds. And then we just got word from the National Park Service that they approved the Ross Gold Park Master Plan. So we'll be bringing that to the board as well. And then allocating hopefully future residential construction tax toward further improvements at Ross Gold Park.
Brad, jump in there.
And refresh my memory, is Ross Gold Park the park where we had approved funding for a shade structure and vault toilets and sidewalks? And if so, are those improvements completed?
So the board has not approved the update to the park master plan yet because we were waiting on the National Park Service because that land is deed restricted from land and water conservation funds. We did complete the playground project and we removed the old shade structure that was red tagged by the building department and unsafe. We have plans to replace that shade structure, and then you'll see on that slide that Sherry has up on the screen is the tennis court replacement, which was deemed the high priority from the Parks and Recreation Commission. And the next project on that list would be the shade structure.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much, Jen. Okay, so the next slide is the V&T Infrastructure Fund. Thank you. This is, again, restricted sales tax. It's been restricted for quite some time. It was initially restricted to pay bonds for the V&T Railroad. However, a couple years ago, we developed a plan of expenditure because we were able to reduce. We refunded and we were able to reduce the interest on those bonds, and we're now accumulating extra money in this fund. So we changed the plan of expenditure, and there's available funding for District 3 pavement preservation of $374,000 in that fund. The next slide is the infrastructure tax fund. This again is sales taxes restricted. a plan of expenditure. And it was always meant that we will issue another bond. We already issued one bond. And when we get to that point in the infrastructure tax fund, or corridor projects, I should say, that we're doing, we'll bring before this board another probably 7 million or whatever the tax will pay. We'll bring that before the board. However, we probably won't do that until one of the other corridor projects, since we have the South Corridor project completely funded. So I think Darren was looking at later in 21 or 22 to issue that bond. So for 21, the corridor improvement projects, we put 653,000 of sales tax to that project, to the corridor projects. The ambulance fund is funded by user fees. It's one of our enterprise funds. So that has to be spent on ambulance needs. And as you can see, they have a few minor capital investments they want to make. They've got one vehicle, replacement gurneys, and then a fitness test machine. It's pretty minimal for the ambulance fund. These are the utility, I'm going to start talking about the utility funds now, which are stormwater, wastewater, and water. And we took them to the Utility Finance Oversight Commission on May 4th, 2020. So they have seen these capital plans, and they will be, they'll have a statement at the next meeting on May 21 that they're recommending those budgets for approval at the next meeting. So stormwater improvement, what I've done with all of these three funds is restricted the capital amount to whatever's available above the necessary reserve. So whatever they have to keep in reserve is unavailable to them. It's going to stay in fund balance. However, whatever is available, I'm putting in undesignated. It's just to make that money available to them should they have an emergency during the year that they need to fix. So that's stormwater, wastewater, same concept here. They do have a little bit of a larger undesignated. However, I'm sure it's the same situation where they have plenty of projects, they just haven't prioritized where they want to spend that money. And of course, they would bring it back to the UFOC or here before they, decided to spend it on a project.
A question on that one? Can you remind me on the Clear Creek sewer, was that dependent upon agreements by others and the million was our portion? Is that correct?
Yes, this is Darren Schultz, Public Works Director. That is correct. Supervisor Bagwell is if that project goes forward and we're continuing to work with the developer at the very top end, as well as other property owners along the alignment. And should they want the city to assist with a district, a funding district along that corridor, the 1 million would be the city's portion. We don't know if that will happen this next year, especially with everything that's going on in our economy now, but it's a placeholder. I did want to just also qualify one thing there at the bottom is the undesignated funds. That is a fund balance that we are starting to build with the anticipation that we would have to do an expansion at our wastewater treatment plant in the future. And so this is funding that we are starting to build for that portion. And this is, this is money that's coming in from development contributions, connection fees, that sort of thing. So you will see that on future budgets, this just being carried forward so that when the time comes where we would have to do that, we would have some cash on hand to combine with a bond to build that next expansion.
That would be just a thought, if we can not even call it undesignated, the portion that we're actually reserving for the facility upgrade, the wharf. I love wharf. But anyway, the wharf upgrade would be nice to see that as a separate line. So again, we can make sure we're putting enough to that project to be able to meet it and to keep the debt, as small as
We can
possible.
definitely do that. And if it's more of a long-term number that we're saving every year, then it would be better that it would be saved in fund balance and not available for spending. So I'll definitely work with Darren on that.
Thank you.
The last utility fund is the water utility, and it's kind of the same picture. It doesn't have as much undesignated. The water line replacement and rehabilitation program, I believe they initially had $1.8 million, but there wasn't quite enough to fund that. So that's the capital that we're looking at funding for '21.
Question, remind me on, what is this 30,000 for the SCADA? I know, but wasn't,
So this is Darren Schultz with Public Works, and the SCADA line item, that's a capital expense where we are improving our SCADA, which is our control systems, our monitoring systems for our utilities. And these are just smaller type upgrades, new construction, that type of thing that we do every year to just enhance that system further. So the idea is over time, eventually all of our controls for all of our facilities will be on the SCADA system so that we can operate everything remotely. We can operate everything by a smartphone, that sort of thing. So that's where this SCADA line item goes, and that's why you see it year after year.
so at some point, if possible, I'd like to see the overall plan on that. When is it a successful achievement? Because I'd just like to get that clearer in my mind if you have a chance at some point. Thank you.
Darren, did you get that? Darren, did you understand that from Lori?
Yes.
Okay, all right, I got you.
I did understand that, yes.
All right. Sherry, go.
Okay, the fleet fund is the last fund. And so the fleet fund is a internal service fund, so it's our facilities maintenance for the whole city, or our fleet maintenance of the whole city. It also holds our radio program. So we charge out costs for fleet and VE and radios based on vehicle equivalent units and radio equivalent units. And we come up with what we're charging other funds just by the operating costs. So those operating costs, we split by different departments. Now, if they have savings throughout the year, we still transfer the revenue into that fleet fund, and those savings can be used to buy capital at some point. We figure this helps save the 210 fund or the capital projects fund and the general fund a little bit of money if we can use some of the savings to upgrade our fleet facility. So it kind of helps out both areas. And so this year they have a little savings in the fleet fund, and they want to spend a little bit on the items here on the list. One of them is the radio system NSRS. You'll see that for one more year, I believe, and then that'll drop off.
Okay.
Because that was a 3-year implementation.
Chief Jomey.
So the welding shop, this is general fund money that went to this fleet fund.
It comes from all the funds that
Okay,
use vehicles.
so how much of that 400,000 is general fund money?
It's probably 75%.
So this is one of those capital items that we could put in abeyance with the current fiscal year capital projects until we have more information.
We could. And then the rest of the slideshow just shows you a list of the original request of capital and then what we're able to fund in fiscal year '21. And then it has the 5-year capital program for each department. So if you have any questions on that, I'm more than happy to answer those. But I wasn't going to go through this in detail at all.
Brad, jump in.
One thing, I'm sorry, questions?
Darren, well, maybe Sherry, maybe Darren, on the information technology section, which is on page 451 of our package, there are 4 line items for the asset management program, and those funding requests were significantly reduced. Can you walk us through what that was for and what was behind the reductions? This is the same conversation we had a couple days ago, Darren.
Yeah, Darren Schultz, Public Works. Really what happened is, as you know, we've been working on this program and getting it worked out for some time now. What we ultimately decided and what we will be giving you a presentation 2 weeks from today on this asset management, the software that we ultimately are recommending for purchase is by far the cheapest software of all the ones that we looked at. And so when we built our budget, our estimates early on, we kind of took a middle of the road approach where some of the softwares were $1 million at the most expensive, and the cheapest ones were $125,000, $150,000. So these preliminary budget numbers we took in the middle just as an estimate. So just what's happened in the last couple of weeks is staff is recommending to go with the Lumen software, which is the software that we are currently using with asset management. And so that was, in fact, the cheapest one of all the ones that we looked at, and we feel that it can meet our needs. So that's why you've seen such a reduction in the cost.
Okay. Anything further, Sherry?
Yeah, I just wanted to go over because we're in clearly a money section where we're spending a bunch of money. I wanted to give you the update you requested on the sales taxes. So I did receive February numbers, which was before we had any closures. And the February numbers were great. It was the taxable sales were 19.9% above last year. Way more than I expected because the legislature is not in town, so I actually expected a reduction from last year. And then I also added more reduction, thinking that there was a little bit of fear because COVID was visible overseas at that time. So I initially had projected 8% reduction for February. So the fact that they came in at 19.9% over is really good. It gives us, as Supervisor Bagwell said a little earlier, a little extra wiggle room, about $500,000 extra wiggle room. And I don't know, I'm going to say this kind of vaguely because I know I can't say it specifically, but we did hear from one of the car dealerships for April that the number of cars they sold was down 16%. That's it. I mean, that's only one car dealership. So, I mean, it's a little optimistic. It's just one little indicator. But it gives me hope that maybe it won't be the 35% that decline that I projected. So just one indicator, but I wanted to mention that publicly and to everybody just to give us that little bit of hope that we're going to come out of this okay.
Okay. Well, you know what? The car dealer you're talking about, they don't let any grass grow to their feet. When times change, they change. Pretty savvy peeps. So anyway, anything else you got?
That's all I had.
Okay, Sherry. I know you've been burning the midnight hours a lot.
Yeah, it's amazing how much this COVID has added to my.
I know I'm worried about you, and I know we're all worried about you because you got a lot of stuff in your plate, and it's going to just get heavier. So.
It's all right. I'm working out.
I don't know that we can hire you any help, but scream if you need somebody.
Will
Okay?
do.
All right. All right. Board, we ready? I think, Stacy, you want to do that because you want to reserve 400 grand? Somebody else want to make a motion or want me to do it?
Now you need him to push buttons, look at lights, and make a motion.
Oh, sorry.
I
forgot he's a fireman.
I'll try it. Knowing the four of you, you will jump all over any misstatements that I make. So please feel free to go ahead and do that. I move to approve the proposed CIP budget as presented, with the exception of reserving the 400,000 in the fleet fund, the general fund portion of 400,000 of the fleet fund for future board approval, and then direct staff to return to the board with a fiscal year 2021 Carson City final budget incorporating the changes mentioned today for our next meeting, at our next meeting.
There's a motion, a second. Everybody understand the motion?
Is that enough?
Say again?
Discussion.
Discussion's in order.
Yes.
So just.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. So I think you submitting the budget with the 400, we're just indicating they cannot pull the trigger on the expenditure of the 400,000 without coming back to the
Correct.
board.
That's
So
correct.
that we, okay, just, I'm fine with that then.
Correct. Because that way we can, if we have to in
Halt
3
it.
months, we can move it.
Right, right.
John?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This whole discussion gives a chance. We already know most of the stuff involved here, but as Supervisor Bagwell pointed out earlier, it's good to let the public know what we're trying to do and why we're cornered as often as we are. You've all heard me say over and over again that the feds put strings on everything, or something to that nature. The state puts strings on everything. This presentation shows you that our citizens, who are wonderful people, put strings on things in the sense of going to the quality of life 20 years ago. We are hemmed in by law. My only other public period was as a parole board member in the state of Nebraska, and I found that we were hemmed in by law there, federal law, state law, local views. The law, we venerate our mayor for saying we need to practice the rule of law, and that's why we are not as easily available to do what the citizenry necessarily thinks we ought to do. A good example is we got $7.5 million on the Tiger grant and $5 million from the state. We're doing the South Carson project. Supervisor Bonprowski and others put that money out there through the plan of expenditure. The plan of expenditure is our own curbing ourselves. So consequently, you don't just say, oh, we started, but we can stop now that we have a big problem. We can't stop these things, they're in the law. And so I just wanted to say that. I don't know if there's 3 people out there or 500 people out there listening, but we can't turn on a dime. We'd like to, but we can't. So with that, I'll shut up.
Well, you know, and John, you raise a good point, because I don't know how many times I get asked, you know, how come you're spending nearly $20 million on South Carson Street and you're not doing it on the rest of the city? And I don't care how many times you say that this is grant funded, it's specifically itemized for this, and it can't be used for anything else. So I just said it again. I mean, just said it again. I mean, it's not a question of taking money out of some other road project. It's just not that way. I mean, we were, you know, Lori and I went back there to argue for $7.5 million. We got it. We're the first, I think it's the first time we got it. No, did we get Tiger grants in the past? I don't think we've ever got it, particularly not in that ballpark range. So once again, South Carson Street is not taking money out of other street maintenance issues or street construction. It's done on a grant that we specifically asked for, and so that's where we're going. Okay.
Can I add one comment to that? That those funds cannot be used anywhere else.
Right.
It is a grant fund, but it cannot be used anywhere else. And in addition to that, it is federal money that would have gone somewhere. It's just us getting a portion of federal money that would have gone to some local government, because I've had people say, well, it's still tax dollars. Yes, it is, but it's, you know, we might have gotten it because someone was going to get, you know, almost 8 million of that, so.
Brad, just Brad.
Yeah, and I would add two more things. The bulk of the money for the South Carson Street project, as well as downtown and the other quarter projects that we have proposed, the money's going underground. It's going into utilities. And there's just a small portion of the money that goes into the streetscape and beautification projects, which is also valuable because there's something to pride of ownership. And then secondly, to all the people that have mentioned to me and to the rest of the board members, you know, we aren't going to be able to handle the traffic today or into the future. You know, we've addressed that. If you drive on East William Street between Stewart Street and the 580 interchange, that is what South Carson Street will look like when it's completed. 2 lanes in each direction with a center turn lane, and the traffic counts on those 2 sections of road are virtually identical. So if you want to know what South Carson Street is going to look like and drive like when it's completed, go drive East William Street and you will see. I drive that street every single day. I've never had issues driving out East William Street. There's plenty of road for the amount of traffic that is going to be generated.
Can I add one statement? The federal funds are audited every single year by the feds, by our external auditor. Our internal auditor looks at them occasionally. If we are found irresponsibly spending that money on things that we're not allowed to spend that money on, we could lose all of our federal funding, which includes health grants and all of our grants.
Somebody
So
could
we
go to
cannot
jail.
risk misspending that money.
One of us could go to, or all of us could go to jail up here.
It's a possibility.
Stacy, you
We
wanna go to jail
cannot
for us?
misspend that money, period. Yeah.
Did we take a vote on the motion on
No,
Stacy?
we're on discussion.
On discussion, okay. Further discussion?
I just wanted to say one other thing, that we also could not have applied for a Tiger grant for the local roads. Because I've had a bunch of people ask me, well, why would you pick that as a priority? That is the road that was eligible to bring federal dollars to Carson City. And something else interesting, I'm continually getting the narrowing of Carson Street. We're cutting out 4 lane miles, right? At $1 million a mile to reconstruct a road, I think we're being responsible here in reducing long-term maintenance whenever we can, which may let me have money for local roads. So it's putting the right methods in the right places. It's like, what money can I get to do this one? What money can I get to do this one? That follows all the rules. That, I admit, is a little trickier because you got to follow all the rules, but we're trying, and that's all I can say to everyone. I think this board does a fantastic job looking for every little pebble. I feel it's pebbles, but we're looking, so.
Yeah, got it. All right, anything else on discussion? We're ready for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried. Okay. Thank you, Sherry.
Thank you.
All right. We're now on item 22, Board of Supervisors. You got anything to add under this, or you want to just,
21.
21, Board of Supervisors? We do. We have probably stuff under this. I was jumping ahead there.
Item 21.
Item
Yeah,
21.
The health
emergency.
department.
Right. All right, go.
You want me to go? Okay. So I believe Health is going to be here, and Chief Sleeman. These are just some updates of what's going on around the city. Employees that have been teleworking are transitioning back to working in the office in anticipation of the reopening of city buildings. We're also almost done with a policy that gives guidance to the employees and the departments on the best practices to prevent the spread of infection in the workplace. In addition, all departments are working on plans specific to their operations. Facilities maintenance has been great. They have been working to install temporary plexiglass barriers in various departments that interact with the public, and they were really on top of that. They figured there was going to be a run on plexiglass and got that ordered so that we would have that available. We're working on signage and floor markings to inform the public of the social distancing protocols. We've also been working with the governor and the local empowerment advisory panel, or the LEAP team, and we submitted Carson City's evaluation for readiness for Phase 1 checklist as requested by the governor last Thursday. This checklist requested information on the number of COVID cases, hospitalizations, the city's ability to provide adequate PPE, and the city's strategy for conducting contact tracing. So thanks to the health department and the EOC, we were able to turn this around quickly, and we submitted it to the governor's office the next day. Just for clarification, the governor has not turned over the authority to reopen businesses to local government. He has indicated that the entire state will move to Phase 1 at the same time, and the state will continue to issue statewide restrictions under which individuals and businesses must operate that are based on social distancing requirements. These restrictions will be outlined in a future emergency directive from the governor for Phase 1 and all future phases. And as I believe most people know by now, the governor is doing a press conference today at 3 p.m. to announce plans and a date for Nevada's Phase 1 opening.
We know that's what he's going to do?
That's what it said in the news, on Twitter.
Pretty hard to get to Phase 1. We have a 2 weeks decline, but I got you.
Yeah, the Twitter says that he is planning on reopening businesses ahead of the May 15th date.
All right.
But it's the news, so
Yeah.
we'll see at 3 p.m.
So could I ask for a break?
Yeah, we'll be breaking here in a minute.
That's all I had, so.
Let me just ask one. John, if you got to go, I'm going to do a break too. But Dan, if the governor, as I understand it, the governor's next move is to reopen certain businesses or whatever he wants to, whatever he thinks is appropriate to reopen. And some of that will be enhanced reopening with criteria, enhanced social distancing, enhanced stuff like that, masks and who has to wear masks, who can do curbside and stuff like that. My question to you is, and I know we got to wait until you see what he says, but I'm thinking if we don't have to have a special meeting to go along with what the governor said, then that's okay. But just be prepared. If we have to have a special meeting, we got the authority to do that, to make sure that, we're doing the right thing to complement where the state's going on this stuff. My sense is that we're going to get a pretty detailed analysis of businesses, so I don't know that there's anything we can do in terms of an agenda item that would give our opinion on what should be happening out there. I think that'll come later, but it's not now. It's my understanding. Do you get that?
I agree with that, and I think I'm tracking your thoughts and concerns, Mayor. I think we're all hopeful. We're in a state of anticipation as to what the governor might be releasing today, and we've got our fingers crossed that it'll be, detailed with enough guidelines there in place. I will assure, of course, all the supervisors and the community of Carson City that the DA's office is constantly tracking those emergency directives that come out of the governor's office, and we're always making sure that Carson City is well prepared and well equipped to follow those guidelines that are in place. As of course we all know, over the course of the last several weeks, a lot of this stuff sort of comes out in shotgun patterns, sort of on the fly, abruptly, I would say, without a lot of heads up to local governments. But we've got boots on the ground. We're constantly monitoring with respect to whatever might come out today. We'll certainly keep our eyes on that. And if we determine that it might be a good idea to call a special meeting, we'll certainly tee up the city manager's office and the mayor as well.
All right. I know some people got to take a break, and it's probably bad, and we're going to have the health department, we have the chief up here. Why don't we take a break so we can be fresh to really grill Chief Slayman here? You ready for that, right, Sean? It's Carson City. We have a great community, man. I mean, you guys do the labor's, the yeoman's work. So anyway, let's be in recess for 10 minutes, and we'll come back and finish up this item. going to bring the meeting of the Board of Supervisors back to order. We're on item 21, talking about possible action and directives and recommendations concerning Carson City departmental and staff functions as a consolidated municipality in relation to emergency powers. Chief, good to see you back. Okay, go.
Good to be back, Mayor. Sean Slayman, Fire Chief and Emergency Manager. So we're going to do a multi-pronged short presentation today, and I'm going to just cover where we're at on the EOC since we've last talked. The Emergency Operations Center continues to operate as a Quad County Emergency Operations Center, so refreshing, that's with Story, Lyon, and Douglas counties. Primary focuses now is on delivering the last of the PPE shipments that we've received to our Tier 1, 2, and 3 facilities. That is going well. The facilities are reporting that at their current burn rates, they have approximately 2 months' supply. So the red flag for us tends to be, continues to trend at the 1 month time frame for supplies. That's when we start to get seriously concerned. So at the 2 month level, we're fairly happy with things are. On the positive note, the PPE vendors are starting to, their inventories are coming back up, so we're starting to get deliverables a little bit more often. Most of the materials are on back order, so we received, from a fire department perspective, we received some gloves the other day, which was the only thing that I was overly concerned about at this point. Specific to Carson City, the fire department, we are about a 3 to 4 month supply of just about all of our PPE, depending on what it is. Our universal protocols, precaution calls have actually decreased slightly, so we're not doing the same burn rate as we were with our PPE over the last 2 months. So that's a positive sign. That's not a sign that the numbers are going down. It's just the people that are making those phone calls to us.
Well, congratulations to our EOC, because we're in a lot better shape. At least if you watch the news, we're in a lot better shape on our PPE stuff than a lot of other agencies are.
We are.
And we're dealing with 4 counties. Good work.
Yeah, it's kudos to that team. It's great work by all of them. We're starting to look ahead at downsizing the EOC and potentially going to either a virtual EOC or ultimately turning it back to a department operations center with a slight EOC influence, with health being the primary provider on that. So we're starting to look at that as things continue to trend at a manageable pace at this point. Community-based testing, which Health will talk quite a bit more about, is ongoing this week. It has been very, very successful so far, and it has been very, very nice to see. Tentatively, we are the 13th, next Wednesday will be the last day that we do that, and so that's been a very positive point of view. And overall, things have gone pretty well. I've got the last numbers for Carson. As of yesterday, we've had a total of 51 cases just in Carson City. Active cases are 20. So what that infers to is we've had 30 that have recovered. And that's a great sign. So recoveries are starting to come in a little bit more frequently. And currently there are 3 positive patients that are hospitalized at CTH. So those numbers have maintained steady, and we continue to move forward and manage what we can manage within the incident.
So are you going to talk about it, or is anybody else going to talk about? It'd be interesting to know where we are on this. You hear all this word about curves. Where are we on the flattening of the curve and stuff like that? Where are we? Where are 4 counties doing on that? I mean,
I'll defer that to
going down, going flat. All right, I know Jessica's back there thinking of maybe.
Jeannie and Nikki will have better information on that.
Okay, all right, go. Jeannie, you've got that?
Any questions from an EOC perspective before I turn it over to the real experts? All right, thank you.
All right.
Good afternoon, Nikki Aker, Director of Carson City Health and Human Services, for the record. So I'm going to give you just a glimpse of what's happening at the Health Department, and then we'll turn it over to Jeannie Freeman, who will go back into exactly what's happening with the focus on the operations of the COVID. Still, though, focusing on COVID at the Health Department. So we were notified yesterday that Nevada's Division of Public and Behavioral Health is applying for an emergency grant for crisis counselors. And this is to support individuals that are testing positive for COVID and are in quarantine, or those that have been exposed to COVID and are in quarantine.
Who
And
are
it's,
they asking? Where's the grant coming from? Who's asking for it?
the state is applying for a grant from the federal government,
Okay.
from SAMHSA. So, and it's also for individuals that are grieving because they've lost a loved one. So they asked if we were interested in having one of these individuals that would sit with our nurse investigators. So we indicated that we would be interested in one. And this person would sit with our nurse like I said, our nurse investigators, and would be available to anybody that needed it. So the grant is due next week to the federal government, so I'll keep you abreast if I hear anything more, but I just wanted to let you know that that may be in the wings. Human Services continues to assist anybody that's quarantined. We have had some prescription pickups, and then have helped a couple with rent. So for the Health Department, this COVID response is going to be very long, and it's going to continue well beyond after the city reopens. We're discussing internally how we're going to continue the contact tracing of positive individuals for up to like 9 to 12 months. And Jeannie Freeman, the HHS branch director, will be talking more about that with you also. And Mayor, we were discussing that a little bit earlier. Also internally, we're discussing how we're going to transition from EOC operations with back to possibly a virtual EOC or back to a department operations center, as Chief Slayman indicated. We can't keep the EOC open through this entire response. It's going to be a long one, like I said. Along with that discussion, we're discussing how our regular operations and what our new normal is going to look like. You know, we're not sure what our new normal is going to look like in the health department. And then along with keeping up with the additional work of COVID, which has been added to the department in dealing with this pandemic. So that's kind of in a nutshell what's happening in the department. Any questions?
Anybody? Go.
So, is Dustin working on plans to be able to help the restaurants meet whatever the new restrictions are? Are we thinking that they're going to reduce the amount of seating that's available and things within the restaurants?
His team is working on that and developing plans going forward once we get guidance and can move forward on that.
What I'm a little bit after here is to coordinate with planning or anyone else that we can to really help the restaurants find any viable solution that they might not currently provide their service the way that they do, because I really think, I just don't know how much viability they'll have at a 50% reduction of seating. So if there's anything that we as a board need to look at, any of our rules that we can meet health code requirements or something, please bring that forward to us. Please, if we need a meeting with all the restaurant owners, once we have that opportunity, that we listen to anything we can do to help them achieve viability, because 50% is gonna
Thank you.
I don't think there's a lot of profit in that margin, so thank you.
Any other questions of Nikki? Nikki, I have a procedural question, and I don't know if this is the right time to answer. What are the duties of the county health officer during a pandemic?
So her
No, not her,
duties.
just what are the duties of the county? Don't bring it down to personal people. Just what's the obligation, or what should your county health officer, what do they do in a pandemic?
So according to NRS, basically it's isolate and quarantine. And we use her if we come across questions that we need a medical personnel advice on. So with NRS, that's what NRS says, but we do utilize her if there's questions that we need answered. And Dustin, the epidemiologist, will reach out to her. And within the testing sites, so our county health officer is out there helping test. And if we come across any individuals that show up with symptoms, which we're not turning anybody away if they do have symptoms, then she is testing those individuals.
Do we have to, or should we be having meetings of our health board while we're doing all this?
We need to be having quarterly meetings, so
Right.
yes, and I need to look and see
How
when
about
our
any
last
special
one was.
meetings related to pandemics? I mean,
I think it would be a good idea that we do
well, I don't
have
know, it
one.
just seems to me like we're doing a lot of that here at the board level. I don't know where the dividing line comes with the health level and the board level. I mean, I can.
You know what, let me have that.
But I'm just telling you, I'm just suggesting to you, if we need a Board of Health meeting, say so.
How about if I had that discussion with our county health officer?
Okay.
And then I'll get in touch with you, Mayor. How does that sound?
All right, whatever you think is right, let's go down that road. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, anybody else? Jeannie's back there wondering, she's smiling. Come on up while you're smiling, come on.
Good morning, it's afternoon already. Good afternoon, everyone. Jeannie Freeman for the record. I'm the Quad County Public Health Preparedness Manager, and I'm serving as the Health and Human Services Branch Director under the Quad County EOC for this event. I'm going to call it an event, although it is a pandemic and incident. So to give you an update on where we are and what we've been doing operationally, we've began our community-based testing efforts. We're looking at this being a 3-phase process. This first process is that we're testing those that are asymptomatic in the Quad counties with the intent of testing 1% of the population in each of the counties as a starting point. Where did we come up with 1%? It seemed like something that we were able to achieve and be able to do. We've had conversations with biostatisticians up at University of Nevada, Reno to give us an idea of how many we would need to test in order for us to be able to look and see what the rates might be and some different things that we can calculate. And because we don't have a lot of historical knowledge about COVID-19, we don't have the ability to really know what those numbers would be. So we went with 1% of the population to try to offer up that opportunity for people to have that testing. It took 2 days and 4 hours of a reservation line for 1,800 appointments to be filled. That's all it took. There was such an interest, and we still have a lot of phone calls that are coming in with people who want to be tested. Even though it's a moment test, it's a test, the PCR test that we're using is a, do you have it at this moment? Do you not have it at this moment? So on Tuesday was our first day of testing, and we did it in Carson first. And in our 2 locations, we tested over 435 people. So we had a variety. We're having about 10% of people who are calling and either canceling or no-showing to those events. And we're seeing today, we're out in Lyon County, up in Fernley, and in Dayton. And in those locations, we're seeing that we're having quite a few no-shows as well. So what the reason is behind the no-shows, we're unsure, but we're looking to how we can adapt based on what is occurring. Those pod type situations, those points of dispensing type setups, so we're working with the National Guard. They have been incredible to team up with, and all 4 county emergency managers have been great, as well as different volunteer groups. Our community emergency response team from Carson as well as Douglas have been engaged with that, and our Medical Reserve Corps as well. So we're really thankful for them. And as you heard from Nikki, our county health officer has been engaged with those as well, which has been great. We have different events that are happening tomorrow as well. We'll be down in Yerington and we'll be in Story County at 2 locations tomorrow. These are all, again, appointment-based events. And then Saturday we have more. And then on Monday we will, Monday we will finish up in Douglas County. So we'll be getting all 4 of those counties. We look to be having the initial draft of the data analyzed by the end of the 3rd week in May, so around the 22nd, to give us some preliminary information about what's there. But we're not going to let the grass grow under our feet, per se. We're going to continue on with what our phase 2 is, and we've already started establishing what we're planning to do there. We are communicating with our long-term cares, our skilled nursing facilities, and our group homes in the 4 counties, and coordinating with them to either send in a team to do testing for their staff and their residents, or to get them the supplies so that they can do the testing in their own facilities based on whatever their facilities' policies are about whether or not they want others to come in or not. So we're making sure that we've got training available and supplies available, and we're working on that list so that we can work with the state lab to get those resources in place for them. And then we are in preliminary planning stages to do a 3rd phase, which will likely be more this community-wide testing. And we'll see what comes out in the next couple of weeks from the state lab as far as other testing opportunities that we may be able to utilize. So if you remember back, I guess about a year and a half ago, remember we did a Casper survey of our residents. Likely phase 3 will be doing another Casper style outreach with our community, because that allowed us to do more of a random sampling and allowed us to do some greater statistical analysis about what that prevalence might be within our community and what we might be looking at. So this comes back to the mayor's question of where are we in the 4 counties? Have we flattened the curve? Are we squashed? Are we down? Where are we at? I would say that we're at a steady state right now. We're poised to be able to go down. The question comes related to the curve and the statistics that we calculate with them. Have we been testing the right people? And certainly while the test kits were in short supply, we were testing those who were symptomatic. And we wanted to make sure that we had the ability to test those that were symptomatic. Well, when you test those that are symptomatic, you anticipate them showing up positive. And even though we've had a certain number that have showed up positive, we've had a lot that have shown up to be negative as well. So part of those calculations with those statistics have to do with what is your denominator in that evaluation? How many people are you testing and who are you all testing? So we need to continue testing our vulnerable populations, but that could also be our public, right? Because they're out in the community and they're interacting with one another. We do know that Washoe reported that they saw an increase. They saw a spike in the number of their cases a couple of weeks after the Easter holiday weekend due to family gatherings, and that's what they were finding. People were connected in that sense. We did not see that in the Quad County region. We don't know if we're going to see that in a short while after Cinco de Mayo or after Mother's Day weekend and what that might look like. But we're poised at the health department to be able to do that contact tracing and that surveillance epidemiology so that we know whether or not we're experiencing a spike and what we would need to do. So we're poised to be able to provide that information and that data so that you all get to make those decisions. I'm really happy to not be in your seats, to be quite frank. So when it comes to that, we're ready to do that. And this is stuff that we do all the time. So we have certain diseases that we're required to watch and we're required to keep track of. And so this is not unfamiliar ground to us. But we are working with the 4 counties to make sure that we have an adequate number of contact tracers, and we're working closely with the state to make sure that we have what we need in place to be able to support that contact tracing for the next 9, 12, maybe even 18 months. So we anticipate that to be there. We're also anticipating what's going to happen when a therapeutic is available, whether it be a vaccine or a pill or something like that, that we can be able to put out to the public. And it may not be for another year or 2 before we see that. It may be sooner than that. We're ready. So if that becomes available, we're ready to be able to do points of dispensing again and be able to get those medications out or to get those vaccines out. And we continue to work with our healthcare partners in that through the Quad County Healthcare Coalition. I've also been on several different calls over the last couple of weeks with the LEAP group out of the governor's office, and I've had a variety of conversations with the State Office of Public Health Informatics and Epidemiology, so their stats group, and Dagny Stapleton. We've been having a lot of conversations about what are the statistics that we need to have in place in order to be able to tell the right story. So there's a lot of conversations happening for us to be able to know who's tracking who and what those facilities are and what the community looks for. So we want to make sure that we are not duplicating the number of cases inadvertently, but that we're making sure that we're counting them properly as well. And then by Monday, we will be reporting all of our data of positive cases by zip code, similar to what Washoe County and Clark County is doing. We do know that that is something that our industries in the Quad Counties have been requesting, and we've been working on that. As we know, zip codes cross over into multiple counties, and so we want to make sure that we're able to demonstrate that and show that data without there being as much confusion as we anticipate there being. So by Monday, that will be available through the website on the dashboard for us to be able to have that. And we've been working very closely with the GIS representative out of Carson City, so we were thankful for that partnership of what's been there. And then lastly, there was the question related to the Supervisor Bagwell asked related to the restaurants and stuff, and Nikki responded that our team over at the health department is definitely ready to be able to support those industries with information. The LEAP team, from what I understand, is looking at having a consistent set of guidance for the different industries to be utilized statewide. So whether they be from the cosmetology or they be from restaurants or they be from manufacturing industries, for there to be a series of guidance that is going to be set out statewide. They want a single message, but there would be additional support that the health department would be able to provide in interpreting those. So that's one of the things that the LEAP has put forward based on the call that I was on yesterday, that they are looking to have be consistent.
Jump in, I'm sorry.
May I have a clarification there? Because I want to make sure I didn't misunderstand what you said. So the governor puts out a directive that says XYZ businesses may open up, and then what I'm seeing is confusion out in the community saying, am I that? Do I equal that? You know, am I this kind of a store or am I that kind of a store? Am I hearing you indicate that the LEAP is giving more directive to our staff to be able to answer those questions? Or are they going to designate some people that we can give the phone number to say, yes, you qualify or no, you don't? So, because I think that's really, for me, one of the most confusing actions. And I really feel bad for our, especially our small businesses where we say, oh, go ask your lawyer if that equals you. It goes, great, I don't have one. Or I don't have $1,000 to go pay a lawyer to give me a legal opinion on whether or not I equal a this kind of business. So what are you hearing from LEAP? They're going to have more definitive answers where people can, I need some help. I think our community needs help in this.
Sure, great question, and I apologize if I misrepresented what that is. That guidance is going to be more similar to what like the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention put out as to how can you help your staff stay safe, how can you help, clean up, make sure you're sanitizing your businesses and that type of thing. Not that they're going to be giving any definitive information about what that expectation would be. It's just more similar to what the CDC has given out as far as safety matters and that type of thing. And combining what's available on the federal level with what's also coming out of the licensing boards from the state and things like that. So it's more about cleanliness and protecting your patrons and protecting your staff and that type of thing. I apologize if I was unclear on that.
That's okay. No, that's all right. That's why I want clarity, because
Sure.
I think our public's looking for clarity. And I have to say, I just feel bad that I can't give them any guidance, right? They're like, Lori, am I one of these? Is the city going to come and shut me down? Because I think I qualify, or I don't think. And so I don't know how we can do it with LEAP or what mechanisms, but we really need a hotline for the public businesses to be able to make a call to someone and say, is this me in phase one? I think I meet this definition.
I think what's nice is that there's good representation on LEAP, and these are people who want to see the success of all of our communities when it comes to this reopening process. They're smart and they are listening to the communities. And so I do know that Supervisor Giomi has been on a couple of the calls and heard some of them. So I think they're receptive and want to be able to give that guidance. I think they're also waiting to hear what the governor has to say and what that looks like with a little bit more detail than what we've had in the past. I think we're all kind of anticipating what 3 o'clock today is going to bring.
So I think one of the things that we've tried to push from NACO before they put LEAP into place was to ask the governor to be more definitive in the statements that come out. So I think what you're asking for is exactly what those of us on NACO had pushed up to the governor's office. You're asking people who aren't making the final decisions, as you know, what that will look like. So whether the governor's office listens to that or not is purely up to them. But the thing that we made very clear is that when the initial direction came out, there was much confusion, and then they refined it, and then there was still a little bit of confusion, and they refined it again. And the message that we tried to deliver to them was to be very clear about the messaging. You know, if you're a restaurant that serves alcohol, you can do this. If you're a restaurant that doesn't serve alcohol, I don't think there's any of those in Nevada, but you know, you could do this. If you're a barber and a hairstylist, you can do this. And so, you know, in terms of whether it's 25% reduced capacity or 50% reduced capacity, whatever that number is, let's be clear about it up front. That's what we push for. Now, whether or not that comes out, we'll find out today. But that's exactly what we push for.
Well, and then I think the other big issue is then the enforcement of it. Because I'm getting that in the calls too. It's like, well, Lori, is Carson City going to go around to the businesses and, you know, give them $1,000 fine? Or, you know, who's making the enforcement decision that the person is or is not? Or are we only going to be checking, I don't know, are we just going to be checking social distancing and wearing of masks? I mean,
So far, that's been a very local government decision. In some parts of the state, the Attorney General's office investigators have intervened, as has the Secretary of State's investigators with businesses. I was in Las Vegas earlier this week, and there were businesses in Las Vegas who had state investigators from the Secretary of State's office close them down. I was in Elko a couple of weeks before that, and the local government up there was making courtesy calls on businesses who were not following the governor's order. So I don't know that we're going to get direction from the governor, but that's one of the things we asked for as well, is, you know, who is going to be responsible for enforcement? Because we don't have the staff to be able to enforce it. And, you know, I think it's probably going to come down to a complaint basis where, you know, Brad has a restaurant and you have a restaurant and you're violating and he's not. Someone's going to tattle on you probably. And, you
is
know,
everyone wearing a mask as you
Right.
go through the drive-through?
So,
I've been
you know,
hearing
I-
those calls. I keep getting those too, that I don't understand, Lori, why are you letting such and such be open? I said,
it's not us.
it's not we're not doing it. To my knowledge, Carson City has not implemented anything other than the governor's directives. And I think it's important. I don't know that we have sent that message very clearly. So again, it's the governor's directives. Carson City itself, we have not been more restrictive, if I can say.
And we had a conference call over 2 weeks ago where we discussed some items and talked about things we could do to help the process along, and that message was carried to the governor and nothing happened. So, you know, from our perspective on NACO, we're providing input, as Jeannie has said. The LEAP now is providing input, and I think really we just have to wait to see what the governor says.
And maybe our discussion today should involve, and I think that's where you were trying to go earlier too, is do we see, unless we get some other directive from the governor, but do we see us having to be more restrictive anywhere, or we're just going to get the businesses open as quickly as possible, that our comment here is we're just going to follow the governor's directives? And that way we don't need an emergency meeting, because whatever that directive comes out and says, if it, pretend it says phase 1, these are the following businesses that can open as long as they have the proper protection and social distancing, that this board has already made the decision we're not going to further restrict. And then we might not need an emergency meeting because we're not going to further just, right? And so maybe that's a discussion we need today so
don't know if
that
we
we
can
can go right away if we can.
Yeah, I don't know if we can do it, I mean, I don't know that we have enough information in front of us to make a decision that, because I think we're all along the same line, we're gonna do what the governor tells us to do and not neither more restrict or less restrict. I think we can go in more restricted, but I think neither, we're just gonna follow those orders. But I don't know that we're gonna know, what those are. I mean, I'd like to think everything's gonna work out all right, and hopefully it will. But it'd be nice to know what we're dealing with, and we may find out a little bit more about that this afternoon at 3 or whatever that's gonna happen. Let me just, following up on what Lori's saying, and maybe this goes to you, Chief, not to Chief Giomi. Does anybody know where the AG is and all this stuff? I mean, it seems to me like, when the governor issues a directive and somebody's got a question about whether it applies or it doesn't apply, shipping it down to our local lawyers.
I haven't, I mean, I think, Dan and maybe our district attorney can answer that better than I can, but I haven't heard Attorney General Ford say anything through this, through any of this. I've heard zero from him. So I can't answer that. But I know he hasn't been on any of the NACO conference calls that I've been on. He hasn't been on any of those calls.
Well, if they expect us to enforce it, I guess that's one thing. They can expect that, but until you've got somebody who can say, this is what we meant, because the AG probably had to be involved in drafting this. This is what we meant to do.
But,
I don't know if he was or not, but I think it's an imposition to put it on our local, on Learned Hand back there. You go not only enforce this rule, but you interpret it at the same time. So Dan, I see you give me the evil eye there. All right.
No evil eye here. No, I was actually just looking at you in agreement, and to just kind of confirm what Supervisor Giomi was saying. I mean, I can say that as far as the Carson City DA's office is concerned, we have not received any, interpretation guidance, from the Attorney General's office. And yes, I mean, I think, that's probably true. I mean, I can't say for certain on behalf of all the other, DA's offices throughout the state, but I suspect that is the case. There's probably uniformity, amongst all the DAs in terms of, the lack of that sort of specific directive, or, in terms of interpretation and enforcement from the AG's office. And it does shift a lot of that onus, on a local government. It's a little bit unfortunate, which is what I alluded to earlier in today's meeting when I said a lot of this is sort of a shotgun approach, both in terms of what sort of comes out from the governor's office, but also in terms of the speed at which it comes out, and we're not given a lot of heads up in advance. So it's sort of a mad scramble, but this is, unfortunately, the boat we're all in right now.
In our phone calls with NACO and at our last board meeting, we said we wanted to be involved in the decisions, I know the governor's office has now engaged NACO and put a couple of elected officials together with his LEAP team, and that's good too. But I think what would be even better would be if the decision he's making today didn't come out to the public today, but instead came out to local governments today with the opportunity to say, okay, we're going to release this on Monday so that we can, so you local governments have the opportunity to get those questions answered. Because clearly we know that on the front end of this, we know that specificity was lacking and caused a lot of consternation and a lot of concern. And I suspect the same thing is going to happen again today. Specificity will probably be lacking and it will create confusion. And if you, to me, and maybe the LEAP team will help to temp that down in some way because maybe they will have asked some of the questions that we're asking here. But ideally, if they'd say, okay, here's the plan, take a look at it, give us your input by tomorrow morning at noon or whatever the answer is, that I think would be a better way to approach it. But that's not happening, so.
It'd be nice if the Attorney General had a hotline to his office.
Yeah,
About,
I agree.
you know, what's doable, what's not doable, because
Yeah.
it's not, I mean, they draft the regulations, but then people out on the outside do what I do, you know, well, I see that regulation now, I'm gonna.
Yeah, what does
I'm
it
gonna-
mean?
I'm gonna change my business model just to tweak it a little bit, and then, now what are you gonna do? And somebody's gotta answer that question. I mean, and I don't see how they lay that on us, because we haven't been involved in it.
Well, they're laying it on 17 counties. They're laying it on 17 counties, not just us.
Yeah.
You know, and there are counties out there who have 0 cases of coronavirus, 0 cases. And I think there's still some counties that have 0 cases. So, you know, those, well, Story County, yeah, but I mean, those counties are going through the same thing we're going through, and they're wondering, why do they even have to close? So it's,
Okay.
Yes.
Sure, go.
So, Jeannie, you kind of indicated that you thought contact tracing was going to go 9 months, 12 months, even 18 months. Can you explain that to me? Is that so you know who to give a vaccine to? I mean, what's the reason for the long term? Is it to just gain data to know how the virus works, or what's the purpose of a 18-month tracing?
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor Bagwell. Great question. We're anticipating that we need to be able to be available to do that contact tracing at a higher level for 9, 12, and 18 months because the federal government's plan, as well as what the governor has said up to this point, is that we need to make sure that we're able to identify any spikes that may be happening and how communities would need to potentially be able to adapt to that. Continue to do that contact tracing until a therapeutic is available. But keep in mind, we do contact tracing on flu and tuberculosis and those kinds of things all the time. So this is one of those reportable diseases that we have to do right now because we're under a pandemic situation. So it's more that we're ready, we're making sure we have a pool of contact tracers trained and ready to go. So if we do have a spike and we needed to bring people in to be able to assist with that, we can, but then we can go up and down, expand and contract as needed for that. Not that we would necessarily be at a really heightened level during that entire time. We don't know if this disease is going to have seasonality like we see with flu and that type of thing. So being that we're technically about 4 months into this, we don't even have a full year worth of data for us to do, but we'll continue to do that contact tracing piece. And it's also important for us, it's not just those that are positive, but it's also their close contacts that we're having that communication with. And we find that for every positive, we have anywhere from 4 to 7 people that are close contacts, not in the sense of they're my family members, but that they've had extensive contact with that person and we need to track them and monitor them for symptoms and stuff as well.
and it's not, and you're not contact tracing, right, one person for 18 months, right? That's not what it is. It's contact tracing for the virus for a period of 9, 12, 18 months, yeah.
Oh, I feel better.
Jeannie, I remember reading in our response to the governor that you will be using volunteers. Are you asking for volunteers at this point? I mean, if there are RNs in the community who either retired or have time or who may be interested in participating, are you actively looking for volunteers who can do contact tracing? And if so, how would an individual get involved in doing that?
Thank you for your question, Supervisor Giammi. So yes, we've actually been working with the volunteer coordinator out of the Quad County Emergency Operations Center. They've been reaching out to the Northern Nevada Nurses Association. They've reached out to the Medical Reserve Corps, which is also the battle-born corps that the governor's office has set up. We've got people who are reaching out to us directly, wanting to participate in this. And what we're doing is we're going through and we're having them trained, and we're asking for them to be able to try to make a 1-month commitment just because of the training and the stuff that goes into this. We do also have social services from all 4 counties that are willing to participate in this effort, because there's a variety of different grant funds that are out there that all the counties have that have changed their scope of work to allow for some contact tracing to be there. So again, we're trying to create that pool where we have a good 15 to 20 people at least that allow us to be where we think we might be at a maximum of 10 at any given point in time. If we were to have a really significant increase, that we would be able to do that. So anybody who's interested, I can give you the number to contact the Emergency Operations Center, or they can contact the Health Department at 887-2190. And they can email us at the cchhsinfo@carson.org, and we can get them connected and we can look at where that is. So when we first started looking for volunteers and asking for volunteers, we were a bit discouraged because ultimately people want to be able to go back to work. And when work opens up, what is this going to look like? And we've partnered with Carson City School District and Lyon County and Douglas County School District, and they have sent people to assist with this. And then those nurses are going to go off contract when the summertime hits, right? And so we're being really thoughtful about what that would look like and trying to get that pool trained, because we don't know what that's really going to look like moving forward, but we want to make sure that we're ready for it. Yeah. And we're also working with the state Division of Public and Behavioral Health. I know that they've recently put in a request for 200 guardsmen to be able to assist with that. And they've asked us what we would need if we would need anybody based on that. So trying to just lean forward on that.
Let me put a little plug in for my profession.
Yes, sir.
That I was, somebody grabbed me by the arm the other night and said, we've got some retired attorneys here who would really like to volunteer their time. And as you probably guess, lawyers have a pretty interesting way of asking questions, especially her hand over there. I'll tell them to call the hotline over there. Is that all right? If they want to get involved in the contact tracing?
If they can go ahead and call us at the health department and they can be directed to me, then that would be the easiest way.
We'll see if they put their tracing where their mouth is.
Yes, sir.
All right, good.
I'll try to answer their questions too, as the best of my ability. I'll be calling Dan.
Okay, where are we then?
So I have a question with, so let's say the governor today puts out a notice that says businesses can open whatever day, or from today forward, as long as the local government has X in place or whatever. So how much notice do we have to give for an emergency meeting? Because what I want to make sure is this board can be as responsive as necessary for whatever comes out at 3:00. So could we, if we had information at 3:00 that required an action of this board, can we have kind of tomorrow afternoon have a meeting?
Emergency meeting on 4 hours notice or 6 hours notice?
What time tomorrow? No, I didn't heard, I thought if we could ask each other, are we all available tomorrow? If need be, Brad's probably the one with a tight schedule there, but.
Well, yeah, how much notice do we need? That's the
Well,
question.
I'm saying like 1:00 at tomorrow, maybe be prepared in case this directive, what I don't want to do, this bad word, I don't want to gyp the Carson City businesses out of opening time just because we couldn't pull the trigger fast enough or something. So I just want to be responsive.
No, I mean, that's a great question, Supervisor. And so, as we all know with these, in certain times in the declaration of the emergency, the way that works is if you need to call an emergency meeting for these purposes, then, the vast majority of those provisions under, the normal open meeting law requirements are not applicable. I think that just from a practical standpoint, after 3:00 today, assuming that there are some guidelines that may perhaps need some additional clarification where it would be proper for that to come back to this board for further discussion, If we wanted to have a meeting, later tonight, that's probably feasible. But again, from a practical perspective, I think tomorrow, certainly that would not be in violation of the open meeting law.
How much time do we have to give in order to have a special meeting under Nancy's emergency powers?
I do want to double check this, so I'm going to ask that the board, don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure that there is no statutory guideline in place that specifies an exact number of hours. But again, I think a lot of this just sort of, boils down to, what is the practical implication of that? I would also urge, this body as well as the city manager's office that notwithstanding the fact that a lot of those open meeting law provisions are suspended or no longer applicable under these emergency times, it's always a good idea for purposes of engaging the community and for promoting transparency and that dialogue between community members and this body as a whole, that to the extent that we can, we still post notice of the meeting and get it up, on the website and disseminate it as we normally would. Now, of course, time constraints being considered, some of that, may have to be limited in scope, but to the extent that we can, I say that even when we don't have to comply with the open meeting law, we should always strive to do so. And I know that this board, I think we're on the same page with respect to that approach.
Nancy, in case we did an emergency, I'm thinking we already would email anyway, the chamber, the DBA, the retail association, and get those business people, maybe something we don't normally do, but immediately email them an emergency notice. I'm just saying, I'm just recommending, no matter what, if we have an emergency meeting, please send them a notice that lets them know.
We do have certain people that are on our list to send the agendas to, so they would get that. And then it also goes on the website and State of Nevada website as well.
I've got Indigent Defense Board.
But we can get it out specifically.
I'm just saying, go ahead and send an alert or something, just to help in the public, since we might have to do it quickly.
And I would
Thank you.
I would like to just caution us that we don't just meet and force ourselves to do the same thing that we're being critical of the state for doing, and then just have a meeting and make a decision when we don't have all the information that we need to. So, I mean, if the governor's direction lacks specificity, we're going to put a lot of pressure on Dan to come up with an interpretation of what that means if we do a short turnaround on a meeting, right? So I think I want to make sure Dan has the time to digest what's there. I'm with you, though. I don't want to shortchange our community, but I also don't want to, cause confusion or add to the confusion.
Jeannie, let me ask you a question that you may not be able to answer, but it's one that I think is kind of interesting from a community standpoint. Can you render an opinion on whether or not the efforts of our community to date, maybe our Quad County, but I'm more as Carson City, has it helped? Do we know that? Do we know if it's helped or not? I mean, the social distancing, the masks, the stay indoors, has that helped in Carson City? If you don't have an answer, don't worry about it because.
Can I clarify that you're asking for my opinion?
Yes.
So I'm not
Don't have
here
to
as a
give it.
member of the health department?
Okay, all right.
I don't know if we can answer that question one way or the other because we'd be playing a little bit of Monday morning quarterback.
Jump in.
So I'd like to ask the question a little differently. Has Carson City had enough cases for any data to be statistically significant? In my opinion, we haven't had enough cases to look at the data and determine anything. Like, I don't think that we've had a curve because we've never had enough cases to have a curve or a peak. My opinion.
Everything related to positivity and the rates associated with positivity are being calculated on a statewide basis, not able to be calculated on a county by county basis. And so when it comes to that statistical significance, it's all part of the state data pool, not necessarily something that we're looking at from a county to county situation at this point.
Well, I think that just kind of proves
That was
my
a
point.
really good political answer.
But what?
At those political answers.
Yeah, but
Jeannie.
let's just pick some round numbers that I'm just we'll just say that this is a theoretical scenario. So we set up a hotline, the hotline gets 100 calls a day. Of those 100 calls, approximately 35% of those have enough concerns that they get forwarded to screening. You go through the screening process, that gets whittled down more. Some of those people get sent for testing. At the end of the day, I think Carson City's numbers, the last time I calculated them, is about 1.6% of the people that call the hotline end up testing positive. We have data that shows that at any given point, we had 11 people hospitalized that were suspected of having the virus. Turns out 3% tested positive, which means that the other 8 have some sort of other illness. So my question is that we have multiple illnesses out there in the public today that have similar symptoms, that can hospitalize you, that can be fatal. How do we distinguish and how do we prioritize those diseases and say that coronavirus is the one that we put the premium on? You know, how do we do that and make the economy pay for that? Because I can tell you that there is a significant cost to the public for keeping the economy shut down. And my question is, do we reopen the economy when the suicide rate exceeds the coronavirus death rate? Like those are significant concerns that we need to balance. And I'm not trying to say that the coronavirus is not an issue or that it's not a significant issue. What I'm saying is that I don't see the balance. And I don't see that there's been enough of an impact from the virus in our area. This goes back to our argument that the rural areas should be treated differently than the urban counties. And the governor acknowledged that and then turned around and said, but you're all going to be treated the same anyway.
So at this point in time, it's a really difficult situation to try to identify what's statistically significant and what isn't, because the testing criteria has changed multiple times. And so we're not comparing apples to apples. There's apples, oranges, and bananas sitting in that fruit basket. And each time that we expand the testing criteria, it changes what that dynamic is, and it changes how we measure. And so a positive is no longer just a positive when they were symptomatic and we were only looking at 3 symptoms. Now we've expanded it to 6 symptoms. And so now a positive is different in a dynamic and the negative is different. And so to be able to do those calculations, I'm sure there is somebody out there who's capable of doing that. They are way smarter than I am. They are much more articulate than I am, and they grasp it differently.
Like that.
So when we...
They're pretty articulate.
Thank you, sir. But when we look at this, we don't have enough time with the data related to this disease for us to really be able to give any kind of hard, fast answer related to, is it significant enough? And what you're asking in that question and the implied question that I'm hearing from you is that there are more things that are built into that significance rather than a data number. And I can twist data any way I can to make it look significant. But what you're talking about are the social dynamics, the economic dynamics, the behavioral health dynamics, as well as the disease dynamics. And those are just answers that I don't have in a comprehensive picture for you at this time.
Has the contact tracing led to any conclusions in Carson City or our surrounding counties about, is there a place where people are getting infected? What's the result of contact tracing, if you can tell us?
We have seen that there are cases that are connected to one another, either through the workplace or through families and so forth. And so some of what we're actually doing internally is we're trying to pull out those that are considered what we call primary cases and secondary cases. Primary where it's a new case, and secondary are the ones that we can connect to that case. So some of the analyses that we'll be doing internally at the health department, and Dustin, our epidemiologist, will be looking at are what is our attack rate, what is our case rate when it's new cases within the community? versus what does that look like if we were to include all cases? Because if you have a household of 6 people and they don't have the space to be able to isolate and quarantine their ill family members from the rest of them, we're going to anticipate that we're going to see positives with everyone. Very similar to when you have a flu or you have something else. We're going to see that connection and we're going to see that positivity in that household reach near 100%, if not 100%. And we are seeing that with COVID. If we have a household and we have somebody who's positive, if they do not have the space to isolate themselves completely away from the rest of their family members are getting it. And so that's important for us to be able to pay attention to and be able to tell as part of that story. We're just working on that part of that story at this point in time. We just don't have, I wish I could say I had answers for you more comprehensive than what we are, but it may seem like it's been going on for a long time. Trust me, we're living it. It feels like it's Groundhog Day every day for us with what we're doing, and we're living it, and it's been 4 months that we've been living this. It's going to go on for a longer period of time before we're actually able to look at some of that stuff into more detail. But that's why this community-based testing is that next phase of what we need to be able to do to get that data and start giving you some preliminary analysis related to that to help you with your decisions.
Well said, well spoken. Don't ever denigrate yourself. Well spoken.
Yes, sir. At least I have Supervisor Bunkowski smiling about that.
Okay. All right, anything else? Anybody?
Thank you.
You want to weigh in? Anything else?
No, sir.
Get in trouble?
We can go drink a glass of water later and talk about it.
All right. All right, we're ready then to recess as a board. Actually, we're going to not recess. We're going to take final public comment now. Anybody on the line who wants to talk about who's up back there? Desi, is anybody out there on final public comment?
I see no public comment, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, we're gonna, let's do 22. Go ahead.
Thank you.
But Desi, if there are people calling in, tell them, just hang on, we'll get them. Okay.
Will do.
Nancy, who's gonna do this? You?
Yes, I just have one item I wanted to report to the board. Stephanie Hicks, Deputy City Manager. As of noon today, our Director of Parks and Recreation advised me that there have been over 50 visitors to our rifle and pistol range, which the reopening was as of today. So everybody's practicing social distancing, and it appears they're enjoying that recreational activity.
Very good.
Happy to let you know that Douglas County had a closure on theirs and put a big notice up to send them to Carson City. So I thought that was I thought you would find that interesting.
All right. Did I miss anything else on the agenda? You guys got anything else? Okay. Are we ready then to have concluding public comment? Anybody?
Still no public comment, Mr. Mayor.
Pardon me? All right, then, unless there's an objection, we're gonna adjourn the Board of Supervisors, and we're gonna stay in place while we talk to our lawyers about, it's a non-meeting to confer with management representatives and council. Non-meeting meeting. Okay, is that all right with everybody if we adjourn that and go right to the lawyers? All right. Absent objection, we are adjourned. Let's talk to the lawyers.